that you have a role to play in making sure that we take it from here to there. And we at FalconX have our role cut out to be the catalysts of some part of that. The partnership that we have with T-Hub is a big part of what nothing is slowed down in the Valley, but the pie of innovation, people are adding to it. You know, we've had other parts of the US, Austin, Boston, Seattle, and so on and so forth. Other parts of the world that are adding to the pie, and India is going to be a big part of that. As you can see, there is a lot of anticipation, excitement that India will play a big role in this innovation. And if you think about it, if by some numbers, if the global GDP total is about 100 trillion, and the anticipation is, if it is going to have to get to 150 trillion, there's only one country in the world whose productive population can carry the world's innovation and GDP from that 100 to 150 trillion, and that is India. Having said that, let's get down to where we are. Again, another ranking. We're still, you know, you always start at the bottom and then get up there, and we're doing it really, really rapidly. There are issues in terms of how we get to the India-based startups into the global arena in many ways. India's GDP right now is $3 trillion. You know, I've had a lot of startups that, especially in the B2B space, that they acknowledge that the moment they get to a certain maturity here in India, they need to pivot into the global markets, and US is the largest global market of all. So they need to come there, get their growth to the hundreds of millions of dollars, and then bring and expand into the India market at that point in time. And a big part of that is, you know, fraught with a lot of challenges, barriers. Many startups that get funded, they do a lot of things that I've listed out here. And when they time it wrong, when they don't have the product market fit, when they don't have a marketing go-to-market strategy, they will fail. And we do hear of a lot of successes, but when you count the number of failures into that, you suddenly realize there've been only a fractional success. So what we are here today as FalconX is to ensure that we help you through this process to ensure the startups that want to pivot into the world, make sure that they account for these. We're a platform that basically focuses on B2B. We ensure that we provide the necessary framework, formality of the platform so that we are able to get you through the transition and have you build value, find the product market fit, find the go-to-market strategy, build the value, and then ensure that you're able to then raise the capital to scale in these markets. The team of entrepreneurs that came together, 10 of them, fortunately today we have with me some of the most iconic entrepreneurs that the Valley has seen, and they're here, and we're obviously taking advantage of their presence also too. As founders, we've done about $20+ billion in market cap, about raising about $250 million, about 15 exits, an IPO. But as what I would call as investors, we've done even better. We've actually, if you look at the investment we've made in the context of a track record over the last couple of decades, actually I'd say about 15 years, the market cap of those companies is in excess of about $60 billion. What we do at FalconX is we bring the startup to the center of focus, and then we build the ecosystem around it by partnerships with accelerators, by partnerships with enterprises, by partnerships with governments, and so on and so forth. And so after going through a journey of about 4.5 years and going through a cohort of the Global Immersion Program, it was very evident that there was one part of it that needed to be complete in order for FalconX to basically become robust and bring a whole bunch of unique value propositions that doesn't exist in the market today, which is the opportunity to bring that funnel globally into the US for those global startups that want to enter the US, and then become the sourcing focus with partnerships, with mentorships, with making sure that you get your customers there, and then finally, the most important part of it is to be able to fund you. And in that context, FalconX is putting together a $20 million accelerator fund where we participate in that early stage of capital that you will need. You may have raised a Series A here, but when you have built your product and you bring your product to market there, you still need to make sure you find the product market fit. If you do not pay attention to that, you will take longer, if not fail. So it's very important to understand that during that process, you need some seed capital, or what I would say bridge capital, and that's where we focus on. We make sure that you have that capital to continue to build that value and ensure that you get to the point where you've built the value to justify the valuation for your next round. So it's very important. So FalconX is happy to announce that we are launching our fund this quarter. At some point, by the end of the quarter, we intend to have the first closing. And we already have a backlog of about 10 startups that we intend to invest into. And so it's a very exciting part of what we're bringing together. This is obviously very unique. In the US, you see a lot of startups that basically, a lot of entities that are VCs, that are incubators or accelerators, nobody that brings everything together. So that's the exciting part of what we have. A big part of what we want to do in the Global Immersion Program has to do with our partnerships with global accelerators. T-Hub represents one of the largest accelerators. The excitement around its new infrastructure, new leadership, I think is going to set the stage for the ecosystem of entrepreneurs around India to leverage the bridge that we are building between T-Hub and the Silicon Valley through FalconX to ensure that you have a trusted partner on the other side that you can partner with and enter the US markets. This one, I think for those, the details are how do we process it. I'll just give you an example. We had 60 startups that applied for the Global Immersion Program last time. We processed the 60, we selected 9. And then we helped the 9 come to participate with us. One important difference between last time and now is the last time we had the entrepreneurs pay a small fee. And at the end of the day, everybody charges a fee. We did charge a fee. It was a minor fee. At the end of the day, what is important is it is so small in the grand scheme of things. Success means you're not going to, that won't matter. Failure means that won't matter either. But what is very important this time around is that we are actually going to, the selected startups will be actually given a stipend of about $10,000 to participate. So it's a selection process that becomes more stringent and will make sure that when you come there, you're not talking about that small amount of money at this point in time. And we've got a model that works to ensure that all of this becomes a part of what your success story is. With that, I just wanted to show you a picture of what we have. Last time we had some very exciting array of speakers at the Technology Day. The 9 startups that presented after the 3-week immersion program, the before and after was substantial. It was like a diamond in the rough and a diamond in its cut form. Each of the 9 startups, the entrepreneurs made presentations that rocked everybody to the core. They all thought entrepreneurs that come globally from India need a little coaching, but these guys just aced it, impressed the 150 VCs and corporate execs that were out there. So we're very excited. We're waiting for each of these guys to pivot and then come there, so we're in a position to start to take them forward. With that, I want to do one thing here. I want to invite my colleague, my counterpart at T-Hub, MSR Garu. I know you have a lot of names. I won't bring that up this time around. The last time I brought up your the sweet references to your name, I fell ill. So I'm not going to take a chance this time. So MSR Garu, if you kindly come here and address the audience, I'm very excited about the partnership that we've got going.
I'm going to start with the story. So I happened to actually travel to the US on a personal trip in February last year. I got there on a Monday and I came back on a Thursday, and essentially I had some stuff to deal with at home. So I was there, and then the highlight of the trip was I managed to persuade Raju Garu to allow me to drive his Tesla S, right? So first of all, we had a great conversation. I met Murli Garu, I met BV Garu in their office. And then the fact that, Raju Garu so willingly, a complete stranger whom he doesn't know from Adam, he said, listen, you can get on my car and drive. right? Without fear of me, banging up a $120,000 car, right? So that was the first. Now coming back to a slightly more serious note, I think when we started the conversation, right, and I think everything which we are talking about in Falcon X, right, I think is in line with what we are trying to do at T-Hub, right, in the sense that we all know that particularly in the B2B space, the US is the holy grail, and most companies which try to get to the US go through, including, for example, even my own personal journey. We raised money, then tried to figure out what to do. Took us a while, hired and fired a bunch of people, etc., etc. So I think the program which they have put together, right, with such rock stars like BV Garu, Murli Garu, Praveen, Raju Garu, etc., is awesome, and it really fits in with. So we've been talking about it at TIA for a while, saying that our approach on what we are doing for our startups is fundamentally two parts. One is, we call it the 6 M's. So one is obviously for every startup, market access is extremely important, and the fact that all the corporate connects which they bring to the table, right? That's the first part. The second is of course access to money, and when Murli Garu told me about a month ago that they're putting together a $20 million fund, I said, please reserve the 20 million for T-Hub. Okay, I hope it does. Right? So that's the second part. The third part is, I think, the power of mentoring. So when you have, some people who've built $1 billion valued companies and can provide you real, from the ground, from the trenches experience, I think it adds a huge amount of value to a startup. It's not somebody giving you, a theoretical back construct, but actually telling you, listen, this is what we tried, this is what worked, this is what didn't work, and this is what maybe you should think of doing. Right, so that's the third part. The fourth part, again, I think we've all seen that it's a big challenge for many startups, particularly if they're a single founder company, right, to find an appropriate person to go out and set up a base in the US. So that's another area where I know they've been helping many of the 9 startups who are part of the first program. And the last one is, I think, the power of motivation, mindset, and community. Right, bringing all of these pieces together, right, and supporting the entrepreneur on their tough journey, right. So I think that's a great thing. And of course, the last part, which is what we call methodology, which is putting together. I've heard so many very glowing reports about the masterclass which BV Garu does, and I think it will add enormous value to the startups, right. So from that standpoint, we are really delighted to be partner. And actually, after they came back, after the 4 startups whom we had sent last time, which was Segmind, Onward Assist, Race Energy, and Construction AI, all of them were, I was almost asking Arun from, I don't know if he's here. Arun from Race Energy, are you here? Okay, so I remember meeting Arun just after he came back, and he was really waxing lyrical about the program. I said, listen, you've been completely subverted by them. He said, no. He said, no, MSR, they've really done an absolutely fabulous job. And, they've essentially reduced my time to market, helping me getting my, product market and my GTM, which I would have, had to experiment endlessly to get to, and reduced it significantly, right? So delighted and privileged to be part of the program. And obviously all the entrepreneurs here, this is the first of many. In fact, when Murli Garu was telling me that they want to do 1 program this year, I said, Murli Garu, we should push ourselves and do at least 2. Okay, I hope we'll get agreement so that we can have at least 20 plus startups, of which I'm hoping that a large number can be from our ecosystem. Right? So thank you for being here, and look forward to building on this partnership. And we all know, right, and I'm going to take I have to be very careful here because BV Garu is from Bangalore. So I'm going to be careful here. But I think if you think about it, we have obviously had a late start compared to Bangalore and a bunch of other things. But there's no particular reason for us at this point of time, given what we've built by way of physical infrastructure, by way of government support, by the way we are trying to go about this in a structured way. This partnership should hopefully in the near term and the long term lead to many very successful companies from Telangana making a huge dent in the US market. So thank you, good luck, and Godspeed.
MSR, thank you for those inspiring words and always making sure that Falcon X truly feels at home here at T-Hub. I'm really excited to welcome two of those T-Hub startups that were participants in our last Global Immersion program. First, we'll hear from Chaitanya from ConstructN, and second, we will hear from Dinesh from Onward Health.
Hi everyone, I'm Chaitanya from ConstructN. You could see one of my image over there with the helmet on. So, and Murli, right, you were mentioning about one of the startups who could change from day one, the first pitch that we gave, to the last day when you had to present it in front of 200 people. And I would definitely count myself as the foremost in them. I know my first day pitch was so bad, it was pathetic actually. But you know, what I would say is the 3 weeks program, and I'm even continuing to be a part of Falcon X incubation after that as well, has helped me so much. You know, we identified US as a primary market. We knew we had to go there, but you know, we had never done that before. I didn't know what to talk to customers, how do we approach them, how do we actually get them, especially our customers belong to the construction industry. It was extremely difficult to get that. And the main thing, you know, I would say is I was the biggest benefactor of BV's masterclass at that point of time. Because it was not a class that you take and, you know, notes and very theoretical. It was very practical conversation. And some of the pointers that he actually mentioned, I could actually implement it the same day during the program itself, get a customer to be our advisor and later an investor as well. I mean, these learnings, right, these are people who have been there, done that, would have been so hard to get if I would have tried to figure it myself. I would not say I would not have, but it would have taken a lot more time. So that condensed acceleration, right, it makes a whole lot of a difference. Now we are more confident, we have set up our base in US, and we know how do we actually get into the market there. In fact, in the same picture that you saw, I was actually wearing BV's jacket as well. So it was all kinds of support that I got. I didn't have a jacket on me, and you know, Murli asked, all the startups should wear jackets. I was just going out to get a jacket when BV stopped me. He was looking at me. And I was like, why is he looking at me like that? He said, why do you want to waste 3 hours and, you know, $300 just to get a jacket? And he got me his jacket. I think that gave me a whole lot of confidence as well. But yeah, it was an amazing experience. Good, you know, so I highly, highly recommend this. It has super accelerated our learnings. Thank you.
We work in the cancer analytics space. We build AI, which analyzes the images of cancer biopsies and helps pathologists in their reporting. And we've built all our AI in collaboration with cancer institutes in India and the US. And we've just started commercializing, right? We are right in the middle of our go-to-market. We are commercializing with cancer institutes, or more specifically CROs, clinical research organizations, and pharma. So, you know, so early last year, right, is exactly when we were, you know, wanting to make that jump, right? Crossover. We've been seriously looking at the US market for almost 12 months prior to that. And we really didn't have much of an idea. I know we knew that was the biggest market. We had some contacts. Obviously, we work with a lot of researchers in cancer institutes in the US. But, you know, that's exactly when kind of, you know, we got introduced to Falcon X, you know, courtesy Naveen, Mansi, and then we had those conversations with Mansi, of course, with, you know, BV and the rest of the group. And that was one of the best, you know, better decisions that we took last year, right? I think the biggest, you know, benefit at least we got out of the program was one, you know, the sheer richness of the mentor pool, right? That is part of Falcon X, right? Driven by, I mean, the founders at Falcon X itself bring fairly rich experience of having built valuable companies, which is, you know, which has a value of its own. But more importantly, folks who have built successful companies, built multiple companies and done exits as well. So that has a lot of value, right? I think we were able to kind of almost, you know, like, you know, the US phrase, right? Drinking from a fire hose. It's almost like that. I know the program was only about a couple of weeks for us, or 3 weeks in the Bay Area. But, you know, we used that time, one, to get the best out of the masterclass. Two, we would have interactions at the end of every week with the entire mentor pool, right? So while we were assigned with one mentor, which was Bala, who obviously had some, you know, background experience in the medtech space because we work in that space. But mentors were always open to kind of, hear our pitch at the end of every week, would walk up to us and say, you know what, out of my, this large pool of founders, investors, entrepreneurs that I've worked with, you know what, I think this particular contact can work for you, right? So that was really, kind of, heartening to see. So that, just out of that, so it's always also about the founder kind of making the best use of the program, right? Program has a structure to it. There are a group of founders, but it's also down to the founder to kind of tap into those connections, which is what we were able to do. And lastly, of course, the group of startups, right? See, all of these are startups who are kind of trying to break into the US, right? And they've been successful. They've built a bit of traction around in India, but they're starting to discover the US market. So it was also about learning from, other startups. So obviously, Construct10, pretty much down the road. So we are actually using that, right? So we've been back for the last 3-4 months, and now we got busy, closing a transaction for ourselves. And now we're actually keen to about, starting to open up the market again, right? So we use that time to, use the masterclass, get our connects through the mentor pool, and also use our time, right? Being in the Bay is there's nothing that can describe it, right? Being there right in the middle of, this founder ecosystem, startup ecosystem, you can't get it anywhere else, right? So being there, so that's primarily what we've used. We use that time to connect with other, experts, advisors in the space through the help from the mentors that we got. And then we came back, we've kept those connects warm, and now we're actually starting to take it forward. So, in the last 6 months, at least for us, we've commercialized with a CRO in the Bay Area who are using a couple of our algorithms to assist their pathologist reporting workflow. We've started talking to big pharma customers, which is a customer segment that is in focus for us. And we have a funnel of customers, right? And we know, we've got a bit of background in terms of commercialization structures, pricing structures, GTM structures. We know a lot of these that we can, thoughts that we can tap into. At the same time, we also know, whenever we're going to unlock or go back to this market, we can actually count on the advice of, the FalconX pool as well, right? So, if you ask us, I think you're talking to, a couple of the biggest supporters of the program because we got a lot out of it. But, best wishes to all of you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Chaitanya and Dinesh, for sharing your experiences and all the kind words. We're so thankful to have you attend today and really look forward to our continued engagement. For our first keynote address, I'd like to introduce Murli Chirala, who will be conducting a fireside chat with Mahesh Kohli, the co-founder and president of GreenCo. GreenCo is a true force in renewables that has been rated by the Energy Intelligence Report as the third most progressive renewable energy group in the world. And we are honored to count GreenCo as one of our valued partners. Now, please give a warm welcome to Murli Chirala and Mr. Mahesh Kohli. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mahesh Garu. Very excited to actually get you onto a fireside chat so I can change all the topics we discussed before and then put you on the spot on a few of those things.
Thanks for the invite and great to be here.
No, having said that, the exciting part about our the partnership and our findings about what GreenCo does is, as we worked with various partners in the industry as a part of making sure we bring value to the startups and then allow the connects to happen, we were introduced through Raju Indukuri to GreenCo. And the discovery of that partnership led to what I would call an amazing progressive technology company that harnessed, all age-old technologies, but completely packaged into today's world, and have brought a new meaning on various fronts as it relates to carbon neutrality. So I'm going to take the opportunity here, Mahesh Garu, if you could quickly take us through your journey till today, and then so that we can trace that and then look forward and then see what kinds of innovations you've encountered, what you've brought to the table up until today, and then we'll talk about this later.
Sure. No, it looks like our journey looks too long. We are a 15-year-old platform. In these times, the tech companies in 15 years they can achieve a lot more than what we typically have achieved. But I think clearly, since start of this millennium, the whole concept of how as economic activity and impact of the economic activity on environmental sustainable, on energy, on quality of life has come to more focus, right? So, previous to this millennium, it was all about economic activity at the peak, and if anyone produced less GDP growth, it was seen as a backward step. I think as humanity, we spent in the last 50 years the resources which were spent by ancestors in the last 5,000 years, whatever, right? So we've consumed so much in the last 50 years, the last 2 generations in every form. And of course, the next 50 years is the 2050 target everybody set out to achieve for net zero. So there has to be many interesting pathways and transitions to balance that. And I think so. I've been through probably 2-3 different so-called clean tech waves. When we started, there was a clean tech wave, and in the last decade, middle of last decade, another clean tech wave. Now it's called climate tech. So it was clean tech. Now it's called climate tech. And I think, of course, we started with the view that how do we make energy from nature's resources on par with fossil fuel energy, and we've done large investments in the whole the solar, wind, and hydro space. I think about 5 years ago, we took another long-term view that energy from renewables is great, it's clean, but it is inherently not valuable to the economy. I mean, it has got very limited role to play because it's not a firm energy, it's not a high-quality energy. So renewables is green, but beyond green, it's lowest quality, least reliable, least useful energy, actually. So most people think that I'm anti-green, but so our challenge was how do we take this complex energy, how do we make it valuable to the economy, valuable to the industries and to the different marketplaces. So we started investing very large-scale energy storage. We've gone back to, we looked at around the world, looked at West Coast to Taiwan, to China, everywhere, and went back to a 19th century solution to solve the 21st century problem. And that's one of the largest storage models we're building. I think we're investing around $5 billion in building the largest energy storage network in the world. We're building around 50,000 megawatt hours of storage. And by inherently enabling that at the lowest cost, we've enabled many interesting things. And because of that, we will deliver potentially lowest cost green hydrogen anywhere in the world. We might ship something from a neighboring location here, Kakinada, in the next 18 months. So as India is the largest or third largest importer of energy, we'll potentially export energy out of India in the next 18 months because of this ability to store and translate those green electrons into green molecules and then make it in a form which is fungible in different forms like ammonia and other forms. And we plan to send it to the European markets and Korea and Japan type markets. So yes, we started off as how do we solve the energy problem, to now we are potentially going to export energy out of India in the next near future.
So Mahesh Garu, when you and I were talking backstage, we spoke a little bit about the kinds of innovation pre-pandemic, and then what the pandemic has done, what kinds of focus has it brought into the innovation spectrum. Can you share some thoughts, your thoughts on that? Because it was very interesting to see you have a very special view into that, and so I wanted you to share that with us.
And clearly what has happened before pandemic, right? Again, going back to the last 2 decades, in the beginning of the millennium decade, if you look at the Fortune 500 companies, the top 10, top 20 companies, they were largely industrial companies, like the likes of GEs and likes of Dow Chemicals and Exxon Mobils and Chevrons. If you look at what happened in the last decade, a big part of them got replaced with technology companies, mostly from Silicon Valley. I will call them as emotional tech companies, which was obviously making an important part of the, in how the quality of life is, addressed. And I think what pandemic did is brought the focus back on science, right? So when COVID happened, the world was not looking at Google or Apple to give them a solution, right? They were not looking at West Coast for providing solutions. They were looking at probably the core science-based companies, whether in East Coast or core of Europe or Hyderabad, to provide solutions. So I guess that's an interesting transition that has happened. That globally now, COVID has brought the focus back on sustainability, and the new sustainability, both from quality of life, way of life, whether it's healthcare, whether it's climate, whether it's industries, and that is creating a lot of. So every corporate today, every CEO is now set, interestingly, new benchmarks on how, as business, they will be sustainable, but also what is the role in making the climate and the environmental sustainability as well, right? So if you look at, I guess I was just looking at some data. From now to 25, there will be at least over 1.5 to 2 trillion of investments will be made in the broader climate tech space, because that's a new focus. I mean, I don't know if you saw that quite a few activist investors have taken a role in replacing CEOs who were not addressing this problem. Exxon Mobil board was changed, Shell board was changed, Dow Chemicals board was changed. So any innovation now, of course, while it supports the core industry, I guess the new digital is about climate and sustainability. That innovation, and how is it benchmarked against? Not just on efficiency or not just on making more profits or reducing cost. Does that innovation, if it's measured against, what value it adds in reducing carbon footprint or eliminating carbon footprint or making water more cleaner or air more cleaner. At some benchmark, that's the third dimension, which needs to be put in place. And I guess just last year alone, around 22% of the global VC investments went into climate tech. Around $85 billion went into climate tech. And most large pension funds are telling most of their investments that unless there's a direct correlation between investments and climate and sustainability, they would score those investments at a lower value, not just anymore only on the returns.
So, I wanted to go back to another aspect of climate change. Everybody, especially Rajgaru, for instance, he's got a Tesla and he thinks he's carbon neutral. But in some of the conversations I had you refer to, that's not really enough. There's a lot more that needs to be done. So can you kind of break that down for us so that we understand, should we buy a Tesla or should we do other things in addition to so just explain that to us.
Sure, I guess I can have more liberty in Hyderabad to speak about it than in last time in your campuses in West Coast. The whole mobility is probably contributing to around 1/3 of the global emissions. I think mobility contributes to close to 2 billion tons of emissions a year. I think transition of mobility from oil-based to EV, electrification of mobility has been a very important behavioral change and economic shift across the globe. And of course, Tesla is an example of that. that's an important transition, but that's probably contributes to, in our view, 10, 15, 20% of the real transition. As you know, any of these EV cars, there are 2-3 dimensions to that. What do you fuel the EV car with? If you fuel it with the grid power is 80% coal. So normally it takes, I think this is data from Volvo itself, that it takes 8 years for the car to offset emissions if you feed it from the renewable power. If you feed it from the grid power, it takes 12 years. So if you buy EV car, it takes 12 years to offset the emissions because it's not really clean in a natural sense. It depends on what you feed it with. But the bigger data point is, to make a car, the materials you use, that's where I was talking about climate tech. The cars were made with steel before the EV revolution, and of course the batteries were great, but they were heavy, so they had to move to aluminum. But aluminum is 40% more energy intensive than steel. So you're spending 40% more carbon footprint to make an EV car to take this heavy battery, to accommodate that. And all the fundamental innovation was largely around battery by itself, of course, and the motors has been a well-known technology. I mean, if you look back, right, in 1920s, there were EV cars. In 1930s and 40s, there was ammonia-driven buses in Europe in 1940s. So fundamentally, EV by itself is not the innovation that's been there historically. It's just the ability to bring those lithium-ion, the phone batteries in a large scale helped in that transition. But the way we look at it is, and when I sit in an EV car, the first thing I look at it is, all the dashboard is plastic. That's all petrochemicals. All the tires and all the entire chassis and the entire materials, right? So the true long-term, where do we want to be in 2030 and 2040? We want to see an EV car for sure, but made with green aluminum, made with the whole dashboard made with carbon-neutral plastics or recycled plastic or some other form. So every component of that car, how do we transition? And that's the opportunity I was saying, that across, globally, at least $2 trillion of investments will be needed to make that transition. And EV car is definitely a good poster child, but that's probably very little in the real transition.
So I'm going to rethink my strategy as it relates to getting an EV. But that being said, I think there's a large number of entrepreneurs out here, and this is my last question, which is, how do you perceive green coal? Are you going to be building all the innovation yourself? Would you be looking at innovation that's being built outside and then partnering with some of them, investing in some of them? How do you, what's your vision on that?
No, clearly we believe that the pace of innovation and the transition has to be much faster than what's happening, this whole global effort has been all about collaboration, and it's no more about each corporate saying I will change the world, or I will achieve every outcome. I think clearly, I don't know if you've seen the announcement the last 1 year. We ourselves have collaborated with many companies and technologies around the world, and they're collaborating with us. So I think by 2030, there is a massive opportunity and challenge to enable not just energy. I said every fabric of the economy and society, from anything from these materials to everything we do, from the soil we are cultivating. I said it's probably once in a generation opportunity where you're looking to change everything. You're not just looking to change, some aspect of your economic quality of life, right? And so the innovation opportunity is massive here, and it is not just driven to medical or healthcare or only driven to some industries. So we are definitely looking at any of those, the whole spectrum of opportunities of innovations out there and startups out there. We recently supported Skyroot and something similar. where we could support to accelerate. The word is about acceleration. Anything we can do to collaborate, to help support, to accelerate the energy transition or accelerate decarbonization. And it's a great opportunity to reindustrialize what is there. The world has been hardwired with in a particular way of doing business, just as Amazon came and reindustrialized how retail is conducted. That's an opportunity now across all sectors to reindustrialize and work towards finding a way to create reduced emissions or eliminate emissions or decarbonize and create a very long-term sustainable quality of life.
Well, thank you very much, Mahesh Garu. I think we've heard all your plans and visions, how you've explained the opportunities that the entrepreneurs here have as it relates to GreenCo. We see that being very exciting. We thank you again for taking the time to come here and then addressing
Thanks a lot.
Needless to say, we cannot wait to see what a truly green future looks like. Now we have an exciting panel on building a diverse and equitable ecosystem, which will be moderated by Priyanka, who is the head of international partnerships here at T-Hub. Take it away, Priyanka.
The world's largest innovation campus. We all know and we have seen that creating a diverse, equitable, and inclusive ecosystem is very hard, and it's a very incredible job. Today, even though we know that we have a long way to go, today I want to introduce you to three of our panelists who have broken all those barriers and have been action-led leader, creating their role, their part to create this ecosystem. As first panelist, we have Padmanantu, co-founder at Flashline EMS. We request you to come onto the stage. Flashline EMS is an innovative AI-driven electronics manufacturing EMS partner. Padma carries 20 plus years of experience and has taken various hats in managing corporate innovation strategy, supply chain management, etc. Next, we have our panelist as Namita Banka, Managing Director of Bank Biolu Private Limited. She has been social entrepreneur, scientific process developer, environmental activist, business consultant, speaker, mentors to various of our women-led enterprises. She is, in fact, the first lady to have successfully built a sanitation business in India. Next, we have our last panelist, Ms. Uma. She is the co-founder of Star in Me. She is the management consultant turned entrepreneur. After a corporate career of 17 years, she decided to pursue her passion for diversity by co-founding the Star in Me with a vision to bridge the gender gap in workforce and in leadership. Welcome to all our panelists. How did you start? What were your initial years, and what were the major challenges that you faced?
Thanks, Priyanka. So like Priyanka just mentioned, I was not new to I came into the startup ecosystem after about 17 years in the corporate world. And I sort of assumed that my experience in the corporate world would probably prepare me for the startup ecosystem, but I was so wrong because it's a completely different ballgame. I had to learn and unlearn so many things in order to, make it as an entrepreneur. So the genesis of the Star in Me is during my corporate life, majority of my experience has been in consulting. So I've traveled, worked across 5 continents, advised a lot of C-suite leaders, and irrespective of which country I went to, the kind of boardroom I was sitting in, more often than not, I was the only woman in the room, or probably 1 or 2 women or 3 women in the room. This sort of ignited my interest in the entire area of diversity. And with another colleague of mine at that point in time, she and I founded the Star in Me with a vision to bridge the gender gap in the workforce and more so at leadership levels. So that is how the Star in Me was born, pun intended. So the Star in Me basically works with organizations to create inclusive workspaces and high-performance teams. We work at the intersection of diversity and inclusion and leadership development, because when we worked with organizations and gathered insights, terabytes, there were two problems that they were facing. One is to recruit the right kind of women at mid to senior levels, and secondly, to develop women leader pipeline internally. So this is what we help them with. We have a product which is a SaaS-based corporate learning solution, and we also provide several services in the leadership and diversity space. We work with several organizations, Fortune 500 companies. There were a lot of challenges. We are a 4.5-year-old company.
My entrepreneurial journey actually started in 1999. And being a housewife for a few years, I thought I need to do something. And I started making jewelry, diamond jewelry. And then I did my post-graduation in that. And I worked for almost 10 years in that field, from designing from concept to completion stage. But as you know, I come from a very traditional Marwari Rajasthani families, where we have been given a framework. So you have to work in this area and not beyond that. So I was not allowed to go outside the house and work. So my longest job was 2 weeks. So that's the thing. Then I thought that what am I supposed to do? So I started working from home. And that I did. And then, of course, my husband was a corporate guy. So I kept moving with him. From Surat, I moved to Bangalore. Bangalore, I moved to Hyderabad. Hyderabad, I came in 2008. But I didn't want to start jewelry business here. The reason, I knew Hyderabad was a very, very bad paymaster in terms of credits. So what do I do? And not having too much of capital at those days, and not being even given fund from the family. So I had to do something beyond that. So when my husband came here, I started a company called Banka Enterprises, which started dealing in environmental products and services, starting with cartridge refilling center. I started with printer cartridge refilling center and started marketing to corporates green products in 2008. But there was a very critical problem I was always facing. Wherever I had my office, there were no toilets around. And 2 times I had fallen sick with severe kidney stone at the age of 35. Something had to be done. And when I was traveling across India in trains, of course, we never used toilets. But I didn't come to know that this was such a big problem until I faced it myself. So in 2009-10, I started working with Indian Railways, providing them sanitation solutions. Like they had toilets, but they had systems, but they were not working. So I started working with them very closely. Coming from just a BSc graduate, I understood what they were trying to do. But I understood one very, very critical thing, that operation and maintenance was key to success of any toilets or any asset that's being built. That's how my journey started in 2011-12. I started this company called Banka Bailu Private Limited with full-fledged working in sanitation, started building toilets, took the technology from DRDO, and learned about the technologies involved around sanitation services, sanitation toilet, treatment, and so on and so forth. Today, we are a 10-year-old company. We have gone IPO in 2018. We are valued at 90 crores today, just started with 10 lakhs. And we have almost 700, 800 employees with a full 5 management people. And now we are moving more into water and water treatments. And we have built our largest treatment plant, first treatment plant in Hyderabad, based on MBR technology in my home, Vihanga. Thank you so much. That's me.
Falcon is taking people from here to US, but I came from US. So I am from San Jose. And we used to have our own, we still have our companies in San Jose right now. Actually, right now we moved to Milpitas at a bigger facility. And we came back due to our family issues to India back in 2007, went back 2008, came back 2009. So we are still struggling between US and India right now. So just before the COVID, we thought like we started our engineering company after moved back to India. And we are designing for many companies in US, healthcare, including Tesla. and Fitbit, all these companies, we were supporting them in the design side. So after coming back, finally, just before the COVID, thanks to Telangana government, we got 3 acres of land awarded to us in Fab City. So we thought like, okay, why not build something here? So we started Flashline EMS, electronic manufacturing services. So we have 18 years of complete supply chain design and logistics experience. We thought it's going to be a piece of cake. But guess what, huh? Any startup, real nightmare, anywhere in the world. So in US, you struggle for funding. In India, you struggle with your governments, you struggle with your funding, you struggle with your network, you struggle with anything that you give. Today we have about 100 people. We say we don't know we are still successful or not yet. We are still struggling. We are an electronic manufacturing company. One thing I want to ask, today I was going to talk to women entrepreneurs. MSR sir, you have to promise us more women next time. And Murali Garu, I want to ask you, how many of your 9, how many of them are owned by women?
Thank you. I think each of you had a wonderful journey and wonderful challenges for us to learn a lot. MSR is doing his best. So I can tell you this, 40% of our task force at T-Hub is women-led. In fact, I lead international engagements. We have one more who leads the corporate engagements. So we are looking and recruiting more of women-led engagements as well at T-Hub. We have started engaging women-led founders, and we would be happy for you to come and be part of that as well. You have had your journey building scalable businesses. So what do you think are the key essential elements that you need to build a sustainable and scalable business? Maybe I'll start with Namita, since she's the one who is more at the sustainable startup.
The first thing I always feel that the idea of quitting should never come. So many times I just felt like I wanted to quit, but the problem was such a large and it was so emotional that 50% of the population is suffering. The idea when it is to come every day morning that Namita, you can't give up, because the problem that you're trying to solve is for the larger cause. And I think so, if you have that in mind, you get the support. And I've been very fortunate to get those kind of support as and when, because I was so headstrong that I need to do this. Many people definitely told me, what shitty business are you doing? But I think so, that's what I wanted to do.
Uma, if you can throw some light on how to build a sustainable, scalable business like you did, any few tips that you can give to us?
Yeah. So I think a lot of people nowadays, and I myself am guilty of this, but I've learned over time that you don't get into tech at the beginning. First, build a solution that works for your customers. Find the right kind of customers, make the model work for them. And once you know this, that it's working, your solution is addressing the problem that they're facing, then you scale it through tech, then you scale it through better marketing and so on. So this is a huge lesson that I learned over time. The second thing to add on to what Namita just mentioned, right? For any startup entrepreneur, the original, and you would have noticed as three of us started talking, we always started with what led us to start this particular venture, right? So there was a reason why we got into this field. Nowadays, I see, because of all the news coverage that startups get up, and there is this concept of survivorship bias. You only hear the good stories. So the startup journey is being perceived as something that is extremely sexy. People become billionaires and they become very famous and so on. So a lot of entrepreneurs today are getting into startups for the wrong reasons, to either become rich or to become famous. So I think when your startup is passion-led, it is based on something that you personally faced and you're very passionate about that problem, then you can, face whatever challenges come your way. Otherwise, it's, given the kind of a roller coaster journey that a startup journey entails, it's very difficult to hang in there if you're not really inspired.
So I know, Padma Garu, the entire manufacturing sector itself is a very difficult sector to crack. We find many of our startups, in fact, we had tough time finding semiconductor startups for our own cohort. We had to go through partners. I remember we did a lot of outreach, scouting for the right kind of startups to be part of the cohort, especially for the manufacturing. To help them find the right kind of partners is a tough job in itself. How did you build a business that's sustainable and still growing?
See, most of the time, what happens is, at the design stage, if you know Pakoda's doing well, don't go do build satellites. That's my advice to any starter. So if you know something well, then if you have a product that you believe in, give it to us. We will develop for you. You go chase your funding stage. So that's our niche. So if you have a niche for your product, if you think that your product is going to hit, then you go hire somebody to do certain things for you, and you focus on that product to develop and do the marketing. Marketing is the most complicated thing. Selling a piece of cake is very difficult if you don't have proper marketing techniques. Especially if you don't have ingredients, you will be dead meat. So you need to buy that ingredients. Especially semiconductor industry, what happened, it went into ballistic because of reason that because of pandemic, China stopped all their semiconductors. So actually right now, that was one of the reasons that why we started this manufacturing in India. Because lots of US companies are coming to India, looking towards India to take the advantage of. So we are focusing that path. So for upcoming, and also at the same time, you need to have the marketing and the scalability, quality, value plus added system. If you have those kind of disciplinary manner, then only you get into manufacturing. Otherwise, you dream about some unicorn and stay there. I strongly suggest that manufacturing is extremely difficult and extremely difficult to sell, and you need to have the correct amount of synergy to put in to sell.
Since we are talking about the growing ecosystem, we do have a couple of women entrepreneurs here. Any strong words of advice in terms of what else can be done by entities like T-Hub, FalconX to boost this ecosystem much further stronger for the women-led enterprises? And I want an unbiased opinion on this, on what have you seen so far and what do you think can be better?
So in terms of an ecosystem, I think irrespective of gender, the startup ecosystem should be the same. But I'd like to highlight a couple of unconscious biases that we as women entrepreneurs face. And the first question when I initially started my startup and I started talking to people and presenting, me and my co-founder, who is also a woman, we walk in and start talking about it. And the questions that we come across are, what do your husbands do? And it is completely irrelevant to the discussion. They are not in the room. How does it matter to you what our husbands do? And when we tell them, incidentally, I met my husband at an IIM, my co-founder met her husband at an IIT. The next question is, oh, are they the ones really behind the company? Are you sort of front-ending it? Which is insulting on so many levels, but that's the first kind of bias. The second kind of bias is, before you start talking about your business idea, they assume that because it's two women, you're probably doing something in the fashion area or in the beauty or cosmetics area. Nobody thinks beyond that. So, that's the second sort of bias. The third thing, when we start telling them, okay, we're doing something around diversity and corporate learning. So is it a non-profit organization? Is it an NGO? So, the kind of biases that we have to put up with, it's completely, I can laugh about it today. But if you imagine a woman entrepreneur with, let's say, 3-4 years of experience who may not have such experience and confidence, it will be extremely discouraging for people like that. So that's something that all the people within the ecosystem should be extremely mindful of. We as women entrepreneurs are capable of as much as, or if not more than male entrepreneurs. So don't treat us with these biases.
Maximum of them, I think I also face the same biases which Uma just now said. But one thing that I also faced was my caste. Like I was tagged to be from, because I was doing something in sanitation, I had to hide my business from my family for almost 4 to 5 years. And it is always very easy to relate to a business, to a particular culture or a caste or this thing. And then comes the education also. So if you just say that I'm just a BSc graduate, oh, then how did you do it? You're not educated. I've got questions like this. You're not educated. How did you do this business? These kind of questions I've got. And then even some of my funding, when it was supposed to be closed, didn't close because people thought I needed more help and they couldn't travel to help me out. So these are the kind of definitely very, very discouraging. But I think ultimately, if you believe that you have the power and you have to do it, you will do it. Whatever people think, it doesn't matter.
I went to States, so I really don't know what women like Namita goes through, all these situations when comes to this unbiased towards the women and the economics and everything. For my journey as from Silicon Valley, I was fast-facing. I'm a go-getter. I have the confidence of getting anything and doing anything. If somebody tells me you can't do that, it gets me really, even if somebody tells me that they can do it also, it makes me furious. Honestly, why can't one do anything? You know, we came this far. So just because of women, I agree, you have some certain restrictions, but you can break that barrier and come out and do what you are best at. Anything that could be. Making pakoras is also a wonderful thing. So in my opinion, anything that you feel that you are best at, go after it, get it. MSR sir, I want to ask you one thing. Next time, I'm sorry, I have to, yeah, please support him, please. Please support him. Next time, I want to see more women. And we want to coach them to the next levels, how they can go into in any field that they choose to. And thanks to T-Hub, actually T-Hub is wonderful. I really love it. I came here, met him many times, but every time I come here, I get overwhelmed by the exposure that you are giving it to the startups, which was not there when we started. In early 2000s. So this is absolutely wonderful, even Falcon, all these companies. But I want to see 100% women at one place with the startups. And we want to see what they're going through, at what level a woman entrepreneurs can help them to guide. There are even the ones that are already in the business are also facing. Yesterday, Namita is telling me, I have this problem. How can we solve this? So that sort of things that how, like financially, networking, or going after some businesses that they are failing, their quality is wrong, or their machinery is wrong, whatever they are doing.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that. So I think, yes, so to all the women entrepreneurs out there, we have 3 beautiful mentors and also very passionate about what they are doing and trying to boost the ecosystem. So we encourage all of you to be more engaging, come up with questions to us. Both FalconX and T-Hub are here to support the ecosystem and also bring this inclusive and also equitable environment to boost this kind of entrepreneurship. Thank you so much. You want to add something? Okay, great.
I want to say something here, that in my journey of this 10-12 years of sanitation, my first order, my first corporate order, my first bank, everybody the other side was a woman. Oh. And I want to say this, that way the government is saying that every board should have a woman, I'm very excited, very happy, because when you have a woman on the board or when you have a woman on the other side of a startup also presenting, you have a different perspective. You come up with, maybe the 4 guys are thinking something else and the women will think something else. And that makes many of us make our choices differently. So in your group also, you need to have more women, because when you choose startups, you have to have their perspective also. So that's my thing.
Wonderful, wonderful.
I can't resist that challenge. I will take you up on that offer. If you find me 2 female-founded startups, we will make sure that they're part of the Global Immersion Program. Support me on this. So let's do that. Let's pick a couple of women-founded startups, and you are startup founders as well. So we would love to make sure that it happens. So that's a pledge that I'm willing to make.
Thank you for sharing your incredible journeys and your illuminating thoughts on the state of the ecosystem. For our next keynote speaker, I'm thrilled to introduce another Falcon X partner. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. S.G.K. Kishore, Executive Director and Chief Innovation Officer for GMR Airports, to share GMR's vision for innovation. Thank you.
I think last couple of hours was very, what I should say, interesting and a learning opportunity for me. So thanks to Falcon X, Murali and other team, I wouldn't have imagined myself sitting for 2 hours and listening to people. So I think thanks for that. It's a great learning opportunity. Corporate innovation program, what GMR is doing, I think I should also mention about my experience with Falcon X. So last year, June, we were in the US, and between 2 of my scheduled programs, there was a couple of days which was a break. So really, I was not able to decide what to do. Then my head of innovation, Ramaya, said, why don't you go to Falcon X? So I was in the East Coast, had to go to the West Coast for one meeting. I didn't realize, I thought it is like Hyderabad, Delhi. I was in that frame of mind. I said, okay, I'll go to the West Coast. So it is really like going across a continent and all. And so I was thinking, why did I do this? So very short notice to Murali, Raju Garu, and all the other people. And to my surprise, when I went there, the way they have lined up everything. So one good learning is take every activity in your program very seriously. So they could have thought some guy is coming from India, from JMR group, so we can just shake hands and have a casual chat. But they have taken it very seriously. It was like a demo day sort of a thing. Some half a dozen startups were ready for pitching it to us. And when they introduced me to Falcon X, I thought it was like another accelerator like T-Hub, where you bring some startups, you attach them to some corporates and then wash away your hands. That was my impression about all the accelerators, because I've seen T-Hub, I've seen Plug and Play. There is some sort of a commercial angle to what they do. But when Murali and other team members, when they mentioned to me why they started the Falcon X and what are they doing, bringing in these so-called Indian startup entrepreneurs to US and giving them a global perspective and hand-holding their entire journey of entrepreneurship. So I thought at the end of the interaction, I thought they are doing a corporate social responsibility sort of a thing. So it is about mentoring, it is about hand-holding, it is about taking them through the journey of this entrepreneurship. I fully agree with the women panelists. It's very, very difficult. Like, I've been in the IAS for almost 15, 16 years. Another 16 years, I am in the corporate. So I see myself as a public-private person. Very easy if you're a salaried employee and take decisions on behalf of the GMR group. But if you are putting your money and you will have to go through the challenges and all, I can understand. Not everyone will be successful. So hats off to all the 3 women panelists here, women entrepreneurs. So the type of the group Falcon X has, each of them with a very focused end objective of seeing through the Indian entrepreneurs to be successful in a global arena. I thought it was a very, very noble cause. They might be making some money on the way. That's a different thing, but that is not the end objective. So that is what I thought Falcon X is different from any other accelerator or an incubator. The second thing was the quality of the startups which they have lined up. Like myself, Rama, were looking for some startups for certain use cases in the Hyderabad airport ecosystem. I'll come to that. But the quality of the startups which they have lined were really, these are the people whom I'm looking for. And within the span of 4 to 5 months, we are already engaging with a couple of them. So that is the sort of quality startups which they have mentored and which they have coached and which they have handheld and enabled them. So I think FalconX, real hats off to you, to the founders, to the group of founders, for the serious social commitment. I still say that you are a social organization rather than a commercial organization. So that's about FalconX. And of course, many things have happened after our visit 6 months back. And when we asked Murli to be an advisor to us, he very immediately said, no problem, sir, it's a privilege to be working along with the GMR. This is the sort of humility, the values and belief system each of their founders have. I think so. That's what I thought I should acknowledge. Coming back to the GMR group, I don't know what is the definition of a startup. Startup need not be like someone who is using a new technology or emerging technology. It is about identifying opportunity. It is about leveraging the opportunity and the challenges within there, take cognizance of that, and creating into a product or a service which will create a difference to the human. That is where, if I am sticking to the GMR group for the last 16 years, it is because of the values and the beliefs. If you see the vision statement of GMR group, it is not about airports, it's not about infrastructure, whether it is power, whether it is highways, whether it is airports. It is about creating an organization. It is about creating an organization which will last forever, an organization in perpetuity. So you'll have to survive. The organization has to survive. And while doing that, you'll also have to make a difference to the society where you are working. So this is the vision statement of the GMR group. And for our chairman, the role model is the Tata group. You see, salt to semiconductor, more than 2 centuries old organization, how it is adapting to new environments, new challenges, new opportunities, new problems. This is where the definition of startup is, it is not which technology you are venturing into, not which sector of the industry you are into, like we are discussing about service sector, manufacturing sector, etc. It doesn't matter. How you change adapt your organization to the changing times. So as someone mentioned, the change which was happening in the early part of last century versus the type of change which is happening in the last 2 decades. Now it has gone exponential. So the organizations have to be much more agile, much more flexible, much more, what I should say, getting into learning mode, understanding what is happening, where are the opportunities. So this is what an organization should do if they have to survive. But what happens is, as the organizations grow in time, they become bigger. And when you become bigger, the bureaucratic processes start creeping in, right? Like why government we say it takes time to take decisions, it takes time, like she was saying, they gave some 3 acres, but I'm sure you would have had a lot of challenges, a lot of questions and all those things. So how large organizations can do away by becoming bureaucratic as you grow and still show the characteristics of a startup. Like today, most of you, one could be like, okay, startups is a new phenomena. Like when we were studying government job, getting into IAS was the phenomena. Then it went into corporate jobs. Now everyone they don't want to do even corporate jobs. They want to be a startup entrepreneur or a founder. Some could be they think that they will become unicorns over the night, or some without knowing, because every herd mentality. So everyone would like to this thing. But what I'm trying to say is, the basic essence of a startup is how you will be agile, how you will be flexible, how each and every member of that startup owns that organization, and with a single focus of creating success from that startup. So these qualities can large organizations, can they display? How large organizations can behave like a startup? I think because last 2-3 years before, when we thought in GMR, like we should start our own corporate innovation program, literally I was not aware what is this term called corporate innovation. So I had to talk to many people. Luckily, Hyderabad has started becoming the innovation capital of India. So talk to many people to understand what is this animal called corporate innovation. And finally, my, what I should say, inference or conclusion is, whichever organization you are there, whether you are a founder, whether you are an entrepreneur, or you are an employee of that organization, if you can make your organization behave like a startup, that is what is corporate. So it is more of a organization transformation program rather than just dabbling in any of these technologies. Now these technologies will come and go. Like today we're talking about blockchain, we're talking about metaverse, we're talking about robotics. 5 years down the line, all these things will become obsolete, new technologies will come. So these are all levers of growth. But basically, how you can make your organization mold in such a way that you are in a position to absorb these fast changing trends, technologies, opportunities, and then behave like a startup. So this is what, so corporate innovation program is all about organizational transformation. Then we also thought, if we have to survive, because our vision statement, GMR's vision statement is, we have to be in a young organization. We have to last for long. So it is important that we should get into this innovation sort of a thing. The second thing was the business where we are in. Like generally when you talk about airports, we think it is a transportation hub. Like it is a place where you catch the aircrafts and then you go to your destinations. You land in the aircrafts, come to your home place. But that is not true. That is only what we see. In fact, airports are like mini universes. Mini universe, 360-degree. Any industry you take, healthcare, sanitation, logistics, safety, regulations, EVs, green sustainability, anything you take, it is the travel, retail, anything you take is there in the airport ecosystem. In fact, over the years, the aviation ecosystems not only deals with the airport transport related things, there are also greenfield city developments which are happening. Like if you see the Hyderabad, we have a greenfield Hyderabad Aero City, which is basically the green smart cities which we are developing. Delhi, if you see globally also, if you go to Memphis, it is one of the aero city where a lot of logistics and healthcare related activities happen in Memphis. So airports are becoming the drivers of economic growth. They are the engines of economic growth. Today in the Hyderabad Aero City, we have the largest Amazon's fulfillment center. 6 million square feet, another 10 million square feet they are adding. So 16 million square feet of Amazon's fulfillment center is coming in the Hyderabad Aero City. We're developing an entire ecosystem about aviation, aerospace, aircraft manufacturing, and maintenance. The Safran, which is a French leader in engine manufacturing, they have announced that they are going to put the largest aircraft engine manufacturing facility in Hyderabad in our Aero City. Almost 500 engines per year, aircraft engines will be serviced there. So what I'm trying to say is, aviation ecosystem is a mini universe. So there's a lot of training, there is a lot of education, there is a lot of, what I should say, logistics, there is a lot of construction technologies. The smart cities will give you what all you can do in a smart city. So when we realize that we are in a business where we are anchoring this ecosystem, who else can be better than taking a lead in fostering innovation? So with a lot of research and lot of deliberations in 2021, is it 21 or 22, Rama? When did we, it is 2021 April, I think, we launched our corporate innovation program or the platform called the GMR Genomics. Innovex is innovation exchange. Because as someone has mentioned, innovation can happen only when you collaborate. It cannot be in-house. It cannot, closed innovation programs are maybe for defense and other things where there could be a lot of IP and a lot of secrecy, confidentiality, that is fine. But otherwise, open innovation platforms where you bring in all your stakeholders on board. Be open to exchange of information, knowledge, ideas. So that is what, with that preamble, that it should be an open innovation platform where ideas get exchanged. There is a lot of discussions on what could be those initiatives or interventions which will create value to the society. So that is how we have started this innovation platform called GMR Innovex. And the whole idea today, when I see the startup journey, someone may have a very good idea. Someone may have idea of creating a solution which he or she thinks will be useful for the end user. And today, because of these valuation games, many people are willing to burn their money. Because everyone thinks that if you put money in a startup, you'll get better returns. Right? When the valuations, I was surprised. Some startup had just 1 crore top line, not even assured top line, and their valuation is 40 crores, multiplier of 40. I struggled to create a big airport of global this thing, and my multiplier is only 8 or 10. So with this sort of a thing, so there is absolutely no dearth of funding also. Because people are willing to risk their capital and burn their money. And now new platforms like TIGE have come where crowdsourcing of funds, everyone can put 5,000, no risk, very little risk. So what is happening to these startups is basically, if you can exhibit that you have a right idea, more than the idea, if you have the right DNA, personality of commitment to what you're doing, funding is also not an issue. But where is the actual issue? If you're saying out of 100 startups, only 10 are getting successful, 90 are failing, where is the real problem? The link between the end user, especially for B2B, you don't know who is your end user. You may know, okay, for example, airports is your end user, but you don't have access to an airport to understand what actually they require. You are assuming certain things. Now, Srinivas can say that is where T-Hub is there. I will bring a corporate partner, I will bring a startup, I will make them do this thing. But what happens is with large corporates, maybe 1 or 2 representatives of the corporate become a member, maybe they're representing your meetings, but they don't reflect the entire corporate, right? Because that's a big bureaucratic organization. Now this guy who is coming to the accelerator program, he sees some good startup. For him to get a buy-in from all his internal bureaucracy is a big challenge. Similarly with the government. We met a couple of startups who were working with government of Telangana. I will not name the name of the startup. So I said, very interesting. What happened? Sir, after the use case, some POC, no response from them. It was successful, but no response. So it is up to the entrepreneur not to give up. Like someone said, don't give up, don't give up. Sometime, one fine day, you will be successful. This is where we saw that most of these 90% startups which are failing is because of this phenomena called, they don't have buy-in from their end user, so-called end user. So what we thought is, because you showed the diagram where FalconX is in the center, when Srinivas also showed me T-Hub is in the center, corporates are around that, right? So we used to think, no, Earth is in the center, sun used to go around and all those things. Then we thought, the right way of doing this is, the end user should be in the center. The corporate should be in the center. And then all the stakeholders. Because finally, what is creating value is acceptance of your product, of your service by the corporate. That is the key. You may have notional values. My startup is worth 100 crores, 200 crores, but where is the top line? Where is the revenue? If your idea is only to weave some story and sell it off to some big corporate, then it is fine. But if you have to sustain, if you have to become like a Tesla, you should know who is your end user. Like Amazon if you want to become. So that is where we thought, GMR is a group where we are handling so many industry segments. And this is a group where we want to be young, where we want to be ahead of the pack. We said, why shouldn't we take the lead in devising and formulating a corporate innovation program, where we are in the center. We use T-Hubs, we use Falcon X, we use startups, we use academic research institutions. We also partner with other corporates and try to create product solutions. So what is happening to a startup which interacts with someone like a GMR? You'll have mentoring. The end user, our business heads will tell them, no, you do this way, then only it will work. So lot of time and effort is being given by the business heads, who are the ultimate users, to the startup in creating the solution. You may have the technology core, but ultimately to exploit the value of the technology core or platform or stack, because I'm not a technology man, so I use all sorts of jargon. So whatever is the core, if you want to exploit the value of that core, you need someone who is the end user, who will sit with you, spend time with you, do the use cases, POCs, incubation, testing, everything, and then make you come out with a product or a service which will be useful for the end user. So in GMR, you have a captive user. If something, a startup works with us, and you come out with a product which I can deploy in one of my airports, for example, and if it is successful, then you have a captive. There is a Delhi airport, there is a Goa airport, there are airports in Philippines, there are airports in ADP, French airports is our partner. So what is happening? You are getting a captive market for your product and service. So you need not scratch your head on what should be your marketing strategy, because that is not your, core expertise. Your core expertise is to come out with solutions which are acceptable. So this is one thing what we're doing. Second, of course, funding. Like we are having our own fund, maybe we'll ask other funds to come and join with us and fund these things. So what we thought is more relevant to make the percentage of startups to be more successful. How can we get out of this 10% success rate to a 20%, 30% is corporates. Forward-looking corporates should become the centers of anchoring all the innovation-led activities, and where all other stakeholders, and it should be an open innovation. That is what is the preamble or the objective or the intent when we started the GMR Innovex. And we were lucky that we got a lean team of Innovex team we have created. Some of them are from the businesses, some of them are from the innovation industry, like Rama, which is a popular person who was in T-Hub. We had to counsel him to join a corporate program, because it's not rosy for someone who is in standard innovation ecosystem to come to a corporate and with all the bureaucratic processes and all those things, develop or devise a new template of how a corporate innovation program should be. I think I should really commend Rama to take up that challenge, because he is becoming an entrepreneur, leaving his thing and coming to a non-typical sort of an organization which wants to do corporate. So this is what we have been doing, and we are doing a lot of research on how corporate innovation programs should be more effective. So one standard thing which accelerators say is, sir, you become a corporate program, you pay annually so much. What you will do? I will send my team, I will conduct an ideation workshop with your people. We will list out the use cases. Then I have a portfolio of startups. Then you can work with them. That is the standard template which has come out last 2-3 years. In the new model, what we are trying to say is, it is the business heads. One, what you are doing, we are calling as bottoms up or inside out. The other is outside in. Like how you can also scan new technologies, what is happening, and be proactive. Like today, we started a center of excellence for blockchain. We are going to do a center of excellence for robotics, because we feel that these technologies have a lot of applications, use cases. So we have been doing this inside out inside out, outside in sort of an approach. And in this journey, many people have been, what I should say, hand-holding us, giving their ideas, giving their thoughts. And FalconX is one such organization which matches with our values and belief system, which has, as I said, at least I feel they are more looking into how we can give a platform for the Indian youngsters, a global platform. So we thought that like-minded partners, T-Hub has been one of our first partner when we floated the GMR Innovex, and they have been very kind to us in giving all the information, all the sort of advices what we want. Some of their human resources also we have poached in that sense. So this is what it is, and I should really thank, I don't know why Murli thought that I should come and speak here, because even though my education qualification is MTech Computer Science from IIT Bombay, but it has been almost 30-40 years, so I'm totally outdated as far as the new technologies are concerned. But I thought it was a learning experience listening to all of you, especially the bold women entrepreneurs. I really hats off to you for what you have achieved, and also to FalconX and T-Hub for doing these sort of programs. And I'm sure with all of us together, we will make India as the innovation capital of the world. The West Coast and all our previous generation, the new generation ecosystems, the new generation entrepreneurs, the new generation framework of innovation will come out of India, where there is a huge market. Today, the strength of India is you need not look outside. There is an inherent market within India. And with all progressive governments, both at the state and the central level, I'm sure we'll do a great job. So thank you, FalconX, for giving me this opportunity, and I wish you all the best for this global immersion program. Thank you.
Mr. SGK Kishore, thank you so much for giving us a sneak peek into how GMR is approaching innovation and always being so incredibly supportive of FalconX. For our final panel of the evening, I'd like to introduce Sridhar Gadi, founder and executive chairman at Quantella, who will be moderating a panel on local to global with Dayakar Puskur, managing partner, Dallas Venture Capital, Kiran Vangaveti, founder and CEO of Blue Sapphire Cyber Systems, and Ravi Sandapudi, co-founder and CEO at Effective. Now please welcome Mr. Sridhar Gadi and our respected panelists to the stage.
So live for a bigger purpose, work for a bigger purpose. Whenever I see the founders of FalconX, that's what I remember. Thank you so much for all great work, and thanks for the support. We have great topic because I know that most of them here are running startups, and some of you or most of you have aspirations to be successful here, then go global. The topics today is how you start local and go global. So we have eminent panel here. On my right, Dayakar. He runs a venture capitalist firm both in US as well as in India. He can give both the perspective. And I have here Naveen, who runs a very successful cybersecurity firm, recently raised $10 billion. Again, he started his business in US. Now he's looking at India as a big market with the regulations for cybersecurity in India, which is making him to also come to India as a big market. We'll get his perspective. When we are looking at lots of companies going from India to US, what's make him to come here and some of the opportunities. Then I have Ravi, who built successful startup in US and again raised fund recently. And because most of you wanted to go to US, his learnings, his success stories. Interestingly, he raised, though it's a US-based company, he raised from a global fund, but fund from India, Axel India. So we'll learn some of his experiences. Before I share, ask them questions, let me share my success story and my learnings as my journey. I run a company called Quantella. We build a technology platform to run smart cities, to run cities efficiently. So we also started, like most of the startups, we started in India. Within 3 years, we built around 50 implementations within India. We become successful. Then we wanted to go global. How it helped is, as you know, last 5 years, in the next decade, most of the big OEMs, cloud providers, global system integrators are looking for India as a big market. Everybody has presence here. So we partnered with them and we made them our go-to-market strategy. And we did a great job. Once we become successful with them, because being them global partners, they took us to different countries, including US. That's how our journey of going from local to global happened. The same way, the same company, OEM, who partnered with us, not only to global, they also funded us Series A and Series B. So that's our success story. But when it comes to the real execution of going global, we have realized the pricing models are different, go-to-market strategy is different, technology positioning, technology relevance is different. So there's lots of learning when we went from local to global. So I'll start with our eminent panel. I have Dayakar, venture capitalist who runs both India and US. Before even we go to GTM and all, Dayakar, if somebody has aspirations, they are doing some business here, but they have aspirations to go global. In terms of organization structure, so incorporation in US and having a subsidiary here, how do you think the incorporation should happen? Second, what kind of, if I have a global aspirations, do I build a global team? Do I have a co-founder in US and India? So what kind of structure will be the best if somebody want to start here and go global?
Wow, that's a loaded question. It's going to take 1 hour for me if I had to answer in detail. But thank you again, especially for T-Hub and FalconX. Especially FalconX team. I know most of them. Let's give a big applause because they have built companies, sold companies, and really they're giving back. That's one thing I feel. MS Garu, thank you again. For running T-Hub really well. And happy to see right across the street from you. So anytime we can jump into your office. So good thing to see what's happening. I started my first company after working 10 years at Motorola in 2006, and 1996 actually. So 2006 when I exited the company after 10 years. So if you look at when we started, we were the very few product companies in Hyderabad and in India at that time. Most of the companies, as you know, India, we started with the service companies. They have done very well. But now I'm happy to see India is becoming a global product companies in the world. I really see, especially B2B software. So to answer this question, really, it's all depending on, hopefully, Indian government, RBI, what they change the rules also. As you know, most of the companies I have started as a US company, and made Indian companies a subsidiary, 100%. So we never had any issues, even though exited companies, the tax issues and all that. Never had any single issue. But once we invested in some companies, in our fund one, and these are the companies, they are incorporated in the US, but they're operating from India. What we found out, some tax issues, especially if they are Indian citizens, right? So that's where really now, I don't know if you have seen or not, but recently RBI has agreed you can do that one as long as really all your equity in the US company should go through a company here. It cannot, individual Indian citizen cannot own directly equity in the US company. As long as you are really form a company here, put all, make sure founders become a partner of that company owns the US company equity. Even when they exit, basically, Indian government is looking to make sure you pay your taxes, right? When you exit. That's what they're looking for, right? So I think it's interesting. We've been kind of discussing this stuff whenever we get an opportunity with our Houston consulate. My partner, Abhijit Muchwala, involved a lot when as a Wipro CEO. So we've been trying to kind of see how we make it easier for our Indian entrepreneurs. But that's the current stage right now. If anybody wants to really make sure you're following all the RBI regulation and all that, it's better to form a company and own equity in the US company.
Great. Thank you, Dayakar. I think he'll be around for a few minutes in case if any of you have specific questions, you can catch up with him. So Naveen, congratulations on your recent rise. So Kiran, sorry, recent rise. In your case, most of the companies start here, come here for the volume and go to US, quality customers and all. So in your case, you're looking at India as a market. How the US market, India market are different in terms of go-to markets?
Completely different. We did start in the US, and then we brought the company back to India, domiciled in India. Now we have beachheads in US, and now we're planning to open some more beachheads in Middle East and Europe. There's definitely strong advantages to having domiciled organization in India. Previously, the problem used to be that funding was a big problem. If you're an Indian entity, and especially Indian product company, there are not too many people ready to fund you. But now that is not an issue anymore. There are plenty of global funds that are here, willing to give you the valuation that usually you look for in the US companies also. So there are definitely great opportunities to domicile here and then go global from here. So because the acceptance of Indian companies as product companies has also increased, right? Thanks to folks like Zoho and Freshworks, there are a lot of Indian product companies now going global. The Indian market space itself is, we're very clearly seeing the global world is moving towards a recession. Everybody's talking about recession in US, recession in Europe, but the Indian economy is holding pretty strong, going very strong. Our stock market is pretty strong. What used to be a reflection of the US stock market is no longer the case in India also. So we're pretty self-sufficient that way. There is enough market to be had here. And like Dayakar said, like global companies coming to India and establishing their foothold here, that means there is tremendous amount of market. We just have to figure out how to actually tap into that market. It used to be that, India is a very price-sensitive market. No longer, actually. It is a value-sensitive market. That is what we really need to focus on. As long as you're delivering value, you can get things sold. And that's why we're coming back to India. We see that security, especially in the space we are, it may be very different to each of your startups and what you do in specific verticals. But in cybersecurity, for us, we see India as the next big opportunity in the space. Obviously, GTMs in India and US is very, very different. And I've got plenty of mentorship from people like MSR and the others I've always approached where they've told me that marketing in US is really, really different beast. So now we're focusing heavily in marketing in the US because in the US it is a business to a business versus a business to a client. It's not usually through a distributor-led market. In India, it is totally a distributor-led market. Irrespective of where I go, which organization I'm working with, eventually I'm routed through a distributor. In the US, we are seeing that everywhere we go, even if we get rerouted, we are getting routed through an MSP. So our beachheads in the US are usually MSPs, and in India, we're working through large-scale distributors like Reddington, Ingram, and so on and so forth. So each market has its own marketing requirements. Be very sensitive about it. And if you have the money to go after marketing, I think your top priority should be putting dollars in marketing and less in your product itself, if I may say so.
Thanks, Kiran. So Ravi, recently you raised fund from Accel India. So companies here who built a company here and wanted to go global, how important is to choose right investor, right strategic investor, right mentor, according to your experience?
Yeah, no, very important. I think it helped us quite a bit. Actually, just as a quick background, we are a fully remote company, completely distributed, 4 co-founders. 2 of us are here in India, 1 is in London, 1 is in US, and our team is also kind of distributed that way. But we chose to start selling in the US because we felt like an inherent bias in the global market. If a US company trusts you, there is a default trust in other geographical regions. This was our experience from our previous startup as well, so we went that route. And on that note, one thing that helped, and like Dayakar Garu mentioned, there are a lot of US and global funds that have a specific presence in India, and taking that route for investment was a great value add because we were able to resonate really well with them because we could meet them in person here and things of that sort. But at the same time, we got access to their global presence via their network. So the initial warm introductions and advice on GTM in the US, for example, was very, very valuable. And I think Accel is one example, but there are a bunch of others, including Dayakar Garu's fund. So I think it's a great opportunity for entrepreneurs in India to make use of this global access, right? Like we are literally kind of standing on the shoulders of giants who have done all the hard work for us. So it's so much more easier to build global companies out of here. And I think like organizations like T-Hub is again super, super useful. We are hoping to get access into it, but very competitive to get into T-Hub. But MSR Garu, I'll be behind you.
Lot of pressure on MSR.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ravi. So Dayakar, when any company wanted to go to US from here, so we have seen some people say that I'm going to go to US every few months for a few weeks and try to get the customers and come back. In some cases, they go and set up office. In even some cases, I feel that they also have co-founders sitting in US. That's how they work. What are some of those couple of recommendations when somebody wanted to go global? What's the best thing to do?
Sure. I think, 2-3 ways to doing it. I think I have seen the most successful ones. One of the companies we invested, pretty much CEO was in Seattle and the rest of the team was in Chennai, the CEO and CTO. It worked very well because not, as you mentioned, as Kiran mentioned here, these guys not only build the technology here, but they also got first few customers here, even Tata Communications and all that, right? So a lot of MSPs are here, a lot of global SIs are here. You can go and talk to them, get customers going. So it worked very well when you have a CEO or one of the founders, in the US. They don't have to be in the Bay Area. In my opinion, really, I've been telling them come to Dallas because we have a lot of Fortune 500 companies. We can get you customers. Matter of fact, actually, we haven't announced one of the companies we just invested. We are moving the CEO to Dallas, right? So now the company. This is what the next level of product, innovation, maturity you're going to see from India, especially product level revenue growth, right? PLG we call. So this company did not have any salespeople in the US. They're already doing $3.2 million revenue. No salesperson at all. And I kind of call it really, basically 90. If somebody can, sign up or download your app or whatever it is within 90 seconds, within 90 minutes, they get wow factor, you have next 90 days to close the deal. So I think now India has definitely, learned not only building the product, but how to sell from here. I think so, you don't have to be, in the US, as long as you have a product which really kind of be a PLG.
Fantastic. So Kiran, we spoke offline about your success story, your learnings in building and selling in US. Can you give us a couple of insights, people who wanted to start developing and selling for US?
I can definitely share my insights, but Dayakar can share more because he has been part of many more companies than I have.
By the way, we just invested in this company, so thank you.
So definitely, a lot of us, we really see and look at US and say, hey, we need a salesperson in US to drive the sales in US. Not necessarily the case. There are many service solution integrators and other service providers that work from India catering to the US clients. And you can actually reach out to those customers from that angle. We have tried that and it worked very successfully for us. Actually, we have been one of the most successful people to have tried the solution integrator route. But that said, yes, building presence in US is actually hard. Don't take it easy. The salespeople in US, Dayakar will tell you, very, very hard to find the right person. And Dayakar uses the terminology wolf pack. You really need to find the guy who is head of the pack and then drive that entire sales engine for you. Otherwise, the metrics to measure sales in the US is very, very hard to come by.
Thank you, Kiran. So Ravi, this decade, if there is a biggest disruption, is ChatGPT. Every article talks about ChatGPT. In fact, one of the customer asked us, what's your ChatGPT strategy? I said, I know about chat strategy, let me just work on it. Can you talk about what's your ChatGPT strategy if I'm not putting you on fix?
I'd love to get Kiran's take as well. We are in somewhat like a similar domain in the broader cybersecurity space. But we do surprisingly are implementing some of that in our product. It's very interesting. Again, the whole concept of work getting democratized due to internet and things of that sort. Right? Again, I keep bringing this of standing on the shoulders of giants. So there are these incredible technologies like ChatGPT and in general the broader neural networks and machine learning stuff that is already open source, and we rely very heavily in our product. So as a quick background, we are a fraud detection software company, so we work with financial institutions and so on to detect fraud. And we are, in fact, using, for example, ChatGPT to generate these reports called SAR reports, so suspicious activity reports that banks have to file to their regulatory bodies, right? So it makes it so much easier for us to kind of show that immediate 90-second delight factor for our customers, where people have to spend 3 to 4 days to fill up these reports, whereas technologies like these generative AI technologies like ChatGPT can help generate those reports by just giving it some certain data points, right? So it's very, very interesting. I think ChatGPT is one example, but there are several such technologies that you can see. Research in the US specifically is super democratized, right? So you can look into it. There are other very nuanced technologies that are available that we can really build on top of and produce like really, really valuable products. And again, the whole SaaS model, you can be present anywhere in the world and sell to anyone in the world, right? So in fact, though we are selling to completely US companies, literally yesterday I was in Bangalore, where it's a B2C financial company where they have 900 employees, 99 are based in India. So there's one co-founder, like you mentioned, in the US. They are 15 million in revenue. So the sale is quote unquote a US sale, but complete transaction has happened in India, right? And they're paying us like US customers and so on and so forth. So it's very, very interesting. I think world is quote unquote, I might sound very cliched, world is changing. You can build companies, very valuable companies anywhere. And I think the true advantage of like being in a place like Hyderabad is we have access to all of this infrastructure, very economical to build very big teams. And I think we should truly take advantage of that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ravi, Dayakar, and Kiran. Thanks for great insights. We have got only 20 minutes, so I want to stick to 20 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
I'm going to take the opportunity to, bring this session to an end. We've had a couple of fantastic keynotes. We've had two wonderful panels. I think in some ways I'm a little confused, is Falcon X relevant or not relevant? So I'll figure that out during the networking session. But I thought I will just ask my colleague BV to do the closing remarks for me. I know I didn't want to put you on the spot, but you're an all-rounder, you do everything very well, so why not?
No, first of all, I want to thank all the participants today. So you guys are all absolutely wonderful. And being an active participant, or whatever you call me as, in the Global Immersion Program, I just want to say I really, really enjoy, right, working with these wonderful entrepreneurs from Hyderabad and Bangalore and all. So I really look forward to the next group of people. And as you heard from some of these entrepreneurs, they really benefit, and we learn a lot as well as part of the process. And I just wanted to respond to one of the points that you were making. At different stages of the entrepreneurship journey, every one of us face the kind of challenges that you talked about. I just want to share with you my own challenge when we started the company way back in 1993. And in the US, Indians were branded at that time as geeks. They're not supposed to be managers, they're not supposed to be leaders, they're not supposed to be CEOs, and they're obviously not supposed to be entrepreneurs. So you get branded that way, just like how you were saying, how you guys were talking about how women are looked very differently. It's the same kind of thing, but my perspective of that is the best way to address that is just go do it. And do it in mass. More women should come forward, more women should just do it. And you guys should act as role models, because when we did it in 1993, and when we started to build companies, more and more entrepreneurs started to feel, hey, if these guys can do it, I can do it too, right? So like Murali became the second generation. I mean, he became the entrepreneur in 99, 2000 or something. And I was fortunate to actually seed fund his company. So this is how the cycle happens. And I think it's a very natural cycle. And I think the ones who are in that situation really, like you guys, really should become role models, really should tell the rest of the world that I am doing this and you can do it, right? That should be the mindset. And that's the only way I believe. Because it's very hard for us. We try very hard to get women entrepreneurs. We try very hard to bring them. And in fact, we do have several of them amongst our FalconX companies. So, but we would love to have, as Murali was saying, some women entrepreneurs as part of our next global immersion program. And the last message that I want to give is, I believe that India at 100, which is in the year 2047, as we heard just now from GMR, India is going to be a very, very large market, right? I think by 2047, we'll be easily a $10 trillion economy or even more. And when that happens, India is a destination market. That means the products that you build is going to be consumed, is going to be sold. Because today, if you ask an entrepreneur, there are very few customers who buy the products that are built in India. And almost invariably, in order to grow that business, we have to move to the US, because that's the program that we are doing. But I'm betting that in the next 15 to 20 years, I think India by 2047 will have to have at least 1 million entrepreneurs. And I would expect T-Hub, such a phenomenal organization that is grooming so many entrepreneurs, I would like that you should take the challenge to have at least 3 to 5% of that 1 million entrepreneurs to come out of the T-Hub. And we will work with you. We can make that happen, right?
I think we can.
So that's a 30,000 to 50,000 entrepreneurs. And imagine how the game will be changed when that happens, right? And India itself being a destination market, what will happen is you will sell products, entrepreneurs will sell products in India, make it very successful, grow the business to $50 to $100 million. And just like how today, companies that are built in America, what do? They sell to the local market, and then they start expanding into international markets. The same thing should happen with an Indian entrepreneur building the company to $50 to $100 million revenue in India itself, and then start expanding the sales in United States or Europe or Japan or any other place. And I'm guaranteed that this is absolutely going to happen in the next 15 to 20 years, because we are in a very exciting phase here. Very, very exciting phase. And let's together make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, BV. Very inspiring. And MSR Garu, a very special thank you. I know you've been a little under the weather, but you still persisted and stayed on here. And I want to thank every one of you for being here. And looking forward to seeing many of you back in the US as well. We're really excited about having to consider having a presence here. We'll look at that when we get to that crossroads. But congratulations. And thank you and good luck to everybody.
The next panel is for AI-enabled autonomous systems. So we would request the speakers to step ahead while I'm reading their names. Sandhya Guntureddy, Sandhya Reddy is a Principal Group Program Manager in Commerce and Finance Services Organization of Microsoft. Her primary focus is modernizing commercial and financial platform that process Microsoft's revenue. With over 2 decades of experience in the IT industry, Sandhya has held top positions in companies like Intel, Satyam, and now Microsoft. Her work cuts across different disciplines in the product life cycle. To achieve this, she engaged live in big data analytics and artificial intelligence, machine learning, and user experiences. A Shivering Fellow from the Oxford University, a TEDx speaker, Sandhya continues to pay it forward by actively mentoring young women. She has also been contributing to the biggest Women in Technology conference, Grace Hopper Conference India, and has even chaired system engineering and emerging trends track across different years. So please put your hands together to welcome Sandhya to the panel.
So, next speaker on the panel is Mr. Manohar Reddy. He's the founder of CEO of Fusey Incorporation, an IT solutions company with operations in USA, Costa Rica, and India. He's also the founder, director of PV Insight USA, a solar photovoltaics design and engineering services company. He started a foundation with a seed grant of $1 million that adopted his village in Andhra Pradesh and transformed it as a model village in a span for 4 years, making it the first model village in Andhra Pradesh. Manohar Reddy enabled significant investments into Andhra Pradesh and Telangana states in IT, aerospace, and healthcare. He was the president of TIE Hyderabad chapter during 2021 and chaired TIE Sustainable Summit 2021, which went on to become the biggest global congregation of sustainability startups. And he's going to be the moderator for this panel discussion. Put your hands together for Mr. Manohar Reddy.
So next we move on to Arvind Azad. Arvind Azad is Chief Technology at Wipro Ideas and Wipro Fellow. Mr. Arvind has played multiple roles in Wipro that involves technology strategy, new technology capability and initiatives, cloud-native architectures, and thought leadership. Over 27 years of experience in the technology service industry, he worked with clients across industries and created business-focused solutions, leveraging distributed computing tech architect. His current areas of search include smart and intelligent applications, cloud-native computing, quantum computing, edge computing, metaverse, and decentralized applications. Arvind is a fitness enthusiast and a marathoner. Welcome to the panel.
Our next speaker on the panel is Mr. Praveen Mukkapati. Praveen Mukkapati is Deputy Director of NASSCOM. In his role, he leads the efforts of Telangana AI Mission. At TAIM, he leads a startup acceleration program called RevUp. The program supports 140 plus AI startups from around the country. In addition, he drives the skill enablement mandate for the state in association with the regional government. Overall, Praveen possesses 13 plus years of multifaceted experience in technology, wherein he has operated as an ecosystem enabler, venture capital investor, researcher, marketer, and a business growth architect. He's an alumni of IIM Bangalore, Texas A&M University, and Osmania University.
Last but not the least, let's welcome together Shiv Prasad to the panel. He is an Associate Vice President at HCL Tech and has over 22 years of global experience in technology, product engineering, BFSI, and automotive areas. With his vast experience on technology and operations, Shiv has helped various organizations scale their business exponentially. Shiv is In his current role, works with HCL Tech's chairperson, Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, and the CEO, C. Vijay Kumar, in growing HCL Tech's business in India and Romania regions. He has instrumental in setting up HCL Tech's Vijayawada campus and grew it to over 4,000 plus engineers in less than 2.5 years limit. So, welcome aboard, and we hand it over to Manu.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you, my finalists, for joining. We're all trying to figure out what do we need to do after the lunch, because I'm sure at least another 1/3 is still trying to figure out what are the desserts. Okay, and so we'll try to keep it informal, simple, and try to avoid any gyan that you can get from YouTube or internet. Okay? We will try to share the experiences. And I've asked my panelists, and they are kind enough to tell me that they will share as many stories as they can related to AI. Okay? So that's what we will try to do. So thank you, first of all. So just to set the context, you all know AI, but everybody has a perception of what is AI. Okay, so AI is either it's a program, a machine, or a device that actually leverages the computers and machines to mimic the human mind for problem solving or decision making. That's just the definition. I'll stop my internet gam there. Okay, this is just for the intro. So you all know that future is going to be the AI, and it's going to enable our lives in a completely different way, and it's going to have a huge impact in the way we are going to live, the way we are going to work, the way we are going to interact with others, the way it can create the human experience, and the way we are going to engage with the data. Okay, and there are so many examples that I could give on each of these. So instead of taking the thunder, I will actually let each of the speakers. What we did is we came up with a couple of questions for each of them, but I won't jump into the questions right now. I want to ask each of them just a 1-minute brief of what is AI mean to them. Okay, them and in their journey. Yeah, I'll start with Sandhya.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's wonderful to be here, especially coming after, I think, a couple of decades to Vizag. I was born and brought up here, so it's very, very close to my heart being here in the city. So thank you for having me here first. In terms of, thanks, Mano, to give us some time to introduce ourselves and what does AI mean to me. I think when I think about it, right, I kind of, as a person, I go with the flow and I try to make make the most of any situation. I've learned about AI based on my work. I've been in AI and our organization, Microsoft, for about more than a decade, and I've learned it on the job. I've never studied AI per se in college in an academic area, but it's kind of learned on the job. So that's going with the flow. What it means to me is, how does technology help in any human evolution, right? I mean, how does it make life easy? I think one of the things which people say is the best solutions are done given by, you give it to a lazy person, they know how to make it the easiest and the fastest way to do it. And AI is here for us in a lot of ways. It's helping us being more productive, and it's in our daily lives, right? Whether it's Alexa or even in mobile, right? If you think about it, so much of edge computing is happening out here. There's so much of automation is happening here. ChatGPT, I think, that's the latest topic if you think about it, right? Content generation, image generation. In fact, when I was talking about it, I said, hey, what is ChatGPT is going to do it, right? It's going to make your life easy, like it's an autofill, right? You're not going to plagiarize everything, but it's going to help you get to what you want to speak about or what you want to communicate in much easier way. It's making our lives easier. So I would look at AI as making my life easier and everyone's life easier out here. I'll hand it over to you.
So having studied in Vizag about 27 years ago, good to be back here on this stage along with onwards co-speakers here. Coming to the question, and having exposed to computer a little early in my career, I never thought AI is something that what it is today, right? Way back in 27 years ago, when I looked at AI, it was more like list programming, having few rules and data sets, manipulating them, and what you could do. Versus, the AI currently, it has been evolving every 2 years. I could see that, what we started from way back using expert systems to what we are now here, generative AI and transformers and the things that we can do with DALL-E 2, GPT-3, chat GPTs. It's like amazing, right? So, and I only think that my understanding and appreciation of AI will going to go further, right, as we go along. And I think whether we all believe it or not, but I think we will reach that singularity where AI will be the superhuman intelligence. Probably it is 20 years from now, 30 years from now. That's only we can guess, but I'm sure we will be going there.
Hi everyone, it's really a pleasure being back to Vizag. I remember doing my summers project in Vizag Steel Plant and also several visits to Araku when I was a child. It's lovely to be in this city. Thank you for having me. And also amidst this amazing panel, very accomplished individuals, all of you. For me, to your question, Manohar, I think AI means impact. The kind of transformation that it brings to the industry, but of course, more importantly, to the larger society that we are all part of. And I see many evidences of that in my daily life. For me to see them getting realized in the kind of joy to the various people that it actually impacts, and the kind of happiness that I see them, I really feel that it's something which has that immense power. And we should also be very responsible about how we use it. And I think these are few themes that I'd like to resonate myself with. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Manohar ji, asking this question. First, before we get into that response, let me just talk about what I am, how we have grown in Andhra Pradesh. We are HCL. I am representing HCL. I am Associate Vice President with HCL here. And I'm not sure how many of you know that we are 85 million organization in Andhra Pradesh, not including anything. We generate 85 million, which is close to 650 crores from Andhra Pradesh alone. This is a big number and we are not stopping. We are already 4,000 people and we are looking at growing to 10,000 people in Andhra Pradesh. I want all of you to take this message and tell them that Andhra Pradesh is not left behind. The reason why I'm starting this is, in the morning we heard some people saying that, we have not got opportunity. I think not many companies are coming. I can actually tell you that people are very interested in coming to Andhra Pradesh and investing. We have a 30-acre campus and we are not stopping. We are exploring options. Because of the success that we've had in Andhra Pradesh, we are exploring options to establish 2 more centers in Andhra Pradesh. That's something which HCL is doing. Already it is active discussions with government were happening. In fact, Saurabh ji, when he was there, I think one of our Sridhar ji is here from government. So Sridhar ji, if you can stand, I'm working with him, the government of Andhra Pradesh in getting this done. Now coming to the point, right? 85 million, 4,500 plus people in Andhra Pradesh alone is what we are. And coming to the AI question. For me, AI, because I'm coming from services industry, let me answer it in services way. Doing business in an unusual way. We usually talk about BAU, right? I don't want to be a BAU. I want to use AI and do the business in an unusual way. And I think like what Praveen ji said, impactful, right? Currently, every facet of life is really, somewhere or the other, you will have the AI impact. You'll see currently, without your knowledge, like what Mohan Reddy Garu said in the morning, if you look at hardware, if you look at any industry, there's technology. And I'll tell you, that if you look at any industry, any particular topic in future, in 5 years from now, you'll see AI inside. From camera to the recruitment to any other business that you do, or to responding to the customer, everything is AI, everything is conversational, sentimental, or impactful. So this is what it is for me. I know I've taken a little longer, Manoharji, but yeah, let's look forward to having a great conversation. Thank you for the opportunity, guys.
So thank you everybody for the wonderful introduction. Anyway, so you all know that there has been a phenomenal evolution in the AI space. Probably a decade ago, we all used to see the news where if a computer has beaten Vishwanathan Anand, that used to be a news in the chess. But now, if anybody can beat a supercomputer, that's the news. That means the computers have evolved much more rapidly, and AI is the reason behind it. Okay? And there are enough examples. I'm sure if you have been in this conference, you all have your own understanding. Nowadays, just simple things like now you have Tesla that can drive itself, and it's going to be there soon in India. And then you have those robots actually cleaning and mopping your floor, and when you have obstructions, it will find a way to go around it and cleans it. Starting from that, the kind of evolution that is going to happen is going to basically make a huge difference in terms of efficiencies, productivity, and the way we actually interact with the rest of the world, people. Languages are going to be no more barriers. We can speak in any language, and without losing the context, that can be translated exactly to all nationalities or whoever that you are communicating with. And most of the creative work, either it is writing, designing, art, as long as you have the concept, the AI can do the rest. Okay, so at some point, I'm very sure we all don't have to travel to Vizag, and we could be in our own meetings, but our own holograms will be speaking as if, and we could program just the questions, and somebody will be answering with the same exact, whatever you want to call, lip movement, or, as if we are here. So that's going to be the future, and it's happening at a much rapid scale than we can ever imagine, actually. Just within 5 years, what all can happen is what probably I could think that what we would have taken 50 years, now it's going to take only 5 years. That's how it is happening. So with that background, I just wanted to ask, let me start with Praveen. So Praveen has been with NASCAM, and he is also heading the Telangana AI mission. And he's trying to, get this adoption going across the government or industries. What is he seeing, and are there any challenges that you are facing in terms of AI adoption? Okay.
I'm glad you asked that about challenges, because those challenges are going to be everywhere, and even in the government, there is going to be pushback. Everybody resists change. It's very human tendency to resist change. People are comfortable with what they want to do, and I think it's just the same even in the government. I don't want to make government as the villain here. Everybody is like that. It's just a human tendency, like I was saying. Now, what I have seen in my experience working with the government, for that matter, is there is the lack of awareness in terms of the specificity of how a particular technology such as AI can be adopted within. What needs to be done is an approach which has to have a very a human-centered approach, right, or a stakeholder-centric approach in terms of how AI can solve the problems of their stakeholders. And as long as the language is communicated in that particular manner, it becomes easier. Now, for example, if I look at my experience working with the forest department, this is in Telangana that I'm speaking about, the standard way of really monitoring wildlife, it's a very interesting use case, and something which I'm personally very proud of is sort of looking at how we can assist forest officials monitor their wildlife better. Now there are camera traps. Camera traps are these devices that are installed on trees, and they keep taking pictures. And these pictures are taken whenever there is any movement. So just imagine that leaves are moving and pictures are getting taken. But that's not of interest. What is of interest is, are there animals and that are moving, and hence a picture has to be taken? Are there people in the core areas of the forest taking their cattle along, which they should not be? But it's important to understand where those transgressions are happening. All of that is getting recorded. That's great. Just imagine the sample data size that gets generated. We're looking at about 3-month period, 30,000 images, one forest reserve. And one official is tasked with the responsibility of going across each of these images day after day. Imagine us doing that. It can get very, very stressful and taxing. What is even worse, out of the 30,000 images, perhaps about 7,000 or 8,000 images would contain objects of interest, which means bulk of these images you're looking at leaves. Just imagine, picture yourself as a forest official. How do we bring AI into this? One, of course, is automate the whole reading process of these images, which is very natural. But more importantly, can we look at building patterns over a period of time in terms of movement of animals, something which forest officials would not possibly have. And this is something that we try to do. And the only way to do it is not to really replace what they were doing, because that's a challenge. If you, Manohar, to your point, if we start looking at, hey, we are going to replace you, like in the case of industry or government, nobody's going to feel happy about it. So the idea is to augment. So there is census that is taken place, national authorities and state level authorities. Census taking process happens once in a year, or maybe in some cases even longer. Now, what if we say that, hey, we'll give you insights which is near real time, once in 15 days. Insights which they never had before. Now that is very valuable, especially where forest reserves have tigers, and tigers as endangered species, and they would like to know where they are. So this is something which, and I see one of our startups, Kiran, raise your hand. So there's a startup called Garudalytics. They are Hyderabad and Vizag based, and we are supporting them as a part of our acceleration program, one of the 140 startups. But they were also as one of the finalists for this particular Open Innovation Challenge that we did on behalf of the Forest Department, and they did an excellent job. And I'm only telling a part of the story, but a full story will be told by Kiran. So I'm using the opportunity to pull his plug here as well. But there are instances which I see, even the municipal corporation, where they are really looking at, how do you maintain roads, how do you reduce fatalities, but then potholes is something which we all know. We face that challenge, and we're trying to look at how can we bring AI into helping them understand the road conditions in the road network in Hyderabad, especially the ones that are not maintained by contractors. Now, the deterioration quality, you don't want to really fix potholes after they are formed. How can we look at finding patterns to predicting when the potholes are likely to happen? There are these cracks that start to form before a larger pothole crater is developed. So our approach has been trying to look at, hey, if we try to solve this for you, and again, like I said, the stakeholder-centric approach, and trying to see if, this is the way we position it, then we see there is a much lesser challenge. Of course, there could be other forms of challenge, especially when it comes to scaling up these initiatives. But as long as there is an executive buy-in, which we see in some governments, I think we're certainly in a good place.
Thank you, Praveen. I'm very sure AI is going to enable a better citizen services, certainly, and thank you for sharing the stories. Again, we'll keep it informal. Feel free to chip in and share as long as they're stories. Okay, so anyway, coming back, I'll come back to Arvind. Okay? Since we are talking about AI-enabled automation system, autonomous systems, how do you see the impact in manufacturing, and how is it going to impact the shop floor workspace and factories of future?
very interesting question. In the morning, there was a panel on Industry 4.0, and some of you have heard what is the direction we are heading in terms of using AI in the manufacturing. So I'll just go back to a small experience I had. 4 years ago, I was invited to a factory asking for what can be the use cases where we can consider AI, right? So it's about 4-5 years ago. And when I entered the factory, I was expecting a factory floor would be like, a lot of dust and, probably very dirty, and they might have some primitive equipment here and there, a lot of people, etc. That's what my impression of the factory is. But this is 5 years ago. I saw this factory, and there's no people on the floor at all, right? So these are basically huge machines, and then there is a control room where 5 people sitting, and then they're managing these manufacturing process. And the only part where they actually go to the floor is that if there is a malfunction or if they have to intervene because of something, they would go. So manufacturing is in fact already been using, right? So there is a saying, probably you would have heard, future is already here, but it is unevenly distributed. So a lot of us have a perception of what is it, and in terms of use of technology, based on what we have seen. But there is already future. Many people living it. It's just about knowing it. So now coming back to your question, what I say is that automation is already there in the factories, right? So and all of you know, and we have been doing automation for years and years. And when we say automation, it is largely automating tasks that are otherwise done by humans in the past, which are very rule-driven, sequential, and so on and so forth, right? The way I see in future, where we go, there is a small difference between automation and autonomy, maybe a big difference between automation and autonomy. Automation is about a task being automated as per a set of rules. Autonomy is like how we think, right? Can we think independently? And in real world, especially in manufacturing is real world scenario, right? So as in, there are a lot of contextual challenges that you see as things go on, right? Like for example, if it is a process manufacturing, take an example of process manufacturing. There could be a lot of changes in terms of temperature, the humidity, and many other factors that can affect the process, which otherwise, which you could have taken granted in elsewhere. But in this case, you can't have a fixed set of rules which will automate such process. So you would need here where the AI really comes in and autonomy really comes in. Can you actually look at all this data and can take the decision independently without pre-programming these decisions, right? So that is where I would see autonomy and AI coming in, bringing in autonomy into manufacturing, be it robotics. I think that is one of the very popular use cases. Again, current set of robots that we see in the shopping floors, probably pre-programmed. The factory that I talked about earlier, it's a pre-programmed robotic scenario, right, where everything is automated, but it is very fixed. And whenever there is a small aberration, then human involvement is required. But the way I would see that is as we go into more autonomic robotics, so the processes that what happens in the factories will be a lot more automated than what it is currently. So, and this would go not just into process manufacturing and many other disciplines of manufacturing, as I would expect it to see in future.
So thank you, Arvind. Just reminded me of, how if it is a distribution center, let's say I had the opportunity to visit Amazon's distribution center. And when I thought of a distribution center, you expect a lot of people segregating different items, throwing into different bins, and, when you go there, it's just amazing to even just see that there are no lights in the distribution center because it's all being done by robots, and robots don't need light. So it's basically a dark house. Imagine some machines going here and there, picking these items that are ordered by consumers. And I could even today, I don't understand how do they segregate between the color, texture, size of a t-shirt that you're ordering from those dark bins. Okay. So that is AI for you. Okay? So, thank you for sharing that. Coming to Sandhya, So as a seasoned product leader in the AI space, how do you see the evolving importance and role of ethics in artificial intelligence?
Thanks, Manohar. That's a very, very pertinent question, right? AI is making our life easier, and we've heard great examples how it's helping in shop floor and creating impact in citizen services and all of that stuff, right? But at the same time, there are also challenges which people kind of talk about, right? So ethics is one of them, if you think about it. As technology is advancing, it's very important that we are take that responsibility. And how many of you have seen Spider-Man, right? With great responsibility comes, with more power comes greater responsibility, and that's where we are as technology and the society. In the human society, ethics is very important. So it cannot be very different in the digital world or the AI space. So I think ethics is very, very important. Let's take a couple of examples, most of us have heard, where we've seen, especially in the sensitive areas, how it's been a challenge. If you look at healthcare ecosystem, there are a lot of models. One algorithm which is very, very known to all of us has tried to assess or predict that the healthcare for Black people or the need of healthcare is lesser than white, if you will, right? The reason that has happened is because they've taken healthcare costs as a proxy to the healthcare needs, which is wrong, because the way people access healthcare is very, very different. And, diverse people use healthcare for different needs. And that's a challenge because hospitals and insurance companies have started using it, and that became detrimental. So it's very important to figure out what is the intent of it. Another example is look at from a legal perspective, right? AI criminal justice tool. It was used predominantly for assessing the defendant's risk, for example, on whether they're going to commit crime again. And there is human bias, right? We all are biased, and there's some good bias and bad bias as well. So some of the bad biases crept into it, and that created an issue, and the tool was taken back. So there are very important, we got to figure out what is publicly used and what are sensitive applications of AI, and make sure that we have human intervention in these things so that the responsible people are kind of leveraging it, right? So ethics is very important. In fact, there are discussions going on everywhere. A lot of countries and policies are coming together. It's what do we need to do about it, right? There's both society, frameworks, industry, policy, governments, all of us need to come together and create frameworks to address it. In fact, in last year, UNESCO opened up recommendations on ethics, if you will. And at Microsoft, where I work, we have 6 AI principles, and we have an ether committee where we kind of every AI model we have to go and talk about it, and have transparency notes, explainability, safety, and security, right? Whenever you're using it. In fact, let me take an example. When you talk about, we have an Azure service called facial recognition, and we actually open up transparency notes. So like, how do you explain? Why are we recommending this? Why is this? What is this prediction? It's very important. What is the intended use? Are you using this for the right use, or are you using it for rogue purposes, right? It's very important to look at it. I think when you talk about ethics, it's very, very important. And as the technology is advancing, it is becoming more and more pertinent. And we have to deal with it as a socio-technology problem. And it's not just a technology problem. We have to have the society, legal, policy, all coming together and address it together is the way I would say.
Thank you, Sandhya. Just reminds me of something when they were trying to design a Google autonomous car. Somebody was telling me they were even trying to figure out if the car has to hit somebody and there are 2 potential targets, whether it is a old woman crossing the road versus a young man, it seems car has to choose now which one. Okay, so those are all the kind of problems that now the designers have in the AI world. So just
yeah, absolutely. I think all of us can do, certain things in our own way, right? I remember a hackathon which we did. I think we were talking about open innovation hubs and stuff like that. a team of folks who come together and created an app, just to segregate SMSs on your mobile, right? Because now SMSs have become more of a consumption rather than, reactive, right? What they've done is they've created a model which kind of sits here, which is, very, very small, even in the low specs. They ensure that the data doesn't move to the cloud because your SMS data is very, very private to you. So it's, those smaller things are very, very important as well, because privacy is super, super important, data privacy, especially when you're thinking about this is something we all as technologists have to go think about, data privacy, pretty much breathe it, right? I think that's, one example I just wanted to call out.
I wanted to, and this is in some of the frameworks and the 6 AI principles that you all have, but I think it's important that as an industry body, we talk about an effort that we did earlier in 2021. We launched what we call as a responsible AI hub. A lot of different toolkits, assessments, your readiness as an organization in case you're dabbling with AI. It's important that you look at your development processes with a responsible AI lens. And there are these different tools that are available at your disposal, and I'd strongly recommend that you all take a look at that. I just want to make sure that these are great resources that are available. It's important to use them so that AI development happens responsibly. Thanks.
And just food for a thought for a lot of you. So this is a technique that recently some of the companies are using to enforce ethics. So whether the AI, whatever it is suggesting or whether it is recommending, is it ethical? Can that be enforced by another AI? All right. So is that the right approach? Yeah, we should see how it is.
Absolutely. If I may add, it looks like we're going on.
Please go ahead.
I think it's very important to also have third-party assessment tools, right? I think not just another AI, but also have a third-party assessment tools. And this could be an AI, but also have some kind of human intervention, if you will, right? So there are regulatory frameworks, and they can sign, hey, this is the intended use per se. Auditing, we all have auditing, we talk about tax audits, this audit, a bunch of energy audits, right? We should have AI auditing systems as well and monitoring systems so that we ensure that the issues are addressed, and it has to be continuous because machines are learning on the fly. So we also have to have auditing systems on a regular basis too.
Again, it reminds me of Rajnikant's Robo movie, if you have all heard about it, There was a robot that's very obedient and can do some magic, and suddenly, if it has a heart of its own beyond the mind, and what can happen, and if it can replicate and reproduce, and how it can take over the world. And please trust me, it's not anymore an imagination. It's quite possible, and so we all need to make sure that those ethics and whatever you want to call guidelines go into those designs. Okay? So coming back to Shiv Prasad, okay. While AI is disrupting the innovation across the industries, where do you see AI playing a role in the software delivery and support?
Okay, I think very relevant question to all the people. I think majority of the IT guys here working on the services, software services in India. Primarily services is our core competency. What I see is it's not one part of the software services delivery that cannot be used. AI cannot be used in any of this. For example, let's start with the customer, right? All of you have your customers, and you get RFPs, you get the proposals from the customer wherein you need to respond. What we have done is we have created a AI-enabled automatic RFP response tool. The way it helps is, for example, I'm sure how many industries that you have. You have 25, 30 industries. You get projects from a similar kind of a group of people regularly, and you have done so much of work in the past. Looking at all the data that is already present with you, looking at all the responses that you have already done, looking at the projects that are delivered successfully, not just the responses. Which are the projects that got delivered ahead of time? using those, what we did is we created the RFP response tool, AI-enabled RFP response tool. This helped reduce 70% of the time. Because I am telling you, personally, I worked on many RFPs before this came in, this tool came in. Every time we had to go to all the old mails, copy paste the PPT, same diagram, same story points, everything was same. With this tool, the system was able to get me most relevant information at a almost within less than a day. I had almost all the data ready. So I was saying the customer has given us 15 days time, wherein I was ready in less than 1 day, because most of the presentation is already made for me. So that's the first step, that you are able to respond to your RFPs very quickly. And there are many tools, free tools also available, by the way, for those who want to use. You don't need to really go break your head. There are free tools available that can do a lot of job if you have the right data saved in your computers, in your machines. That's the first step. Now, when you respond to the RFP, then there are some questions, right? You have the response questions also. You need to answer those questions. The tool also, what it does is, it looks at the questions. It's all the conversational APIs that you use. So you look at the questions and then respond to most of them, create a response for you. You just need to look at it, final human intervention, because I don't want to lose the project. So look at the questions, okay, most of it is relevant, and the budgeting is also okay. Then you say, okay, I'm done with my work. Let's submit to the next level, customer. That's fine. Then the third step is understanding the sentiment of the customer. Customers sometimes, I'm sure all of you are aware, they just float the RFPs just for the sake of it, right? They will not have a lot of intention, true intention to get the project to you. As a services guy, I know that I've worked on many RFPs. I've heard people talking, okay, yeah, it's okay, yeah, we'll talk. So the current tool that we have created is a sentiment analyzer tool. What it does is, it understands the sentiment of the customer by the conversations that you are having through email or the voice. I'm sure all of you would have heard about something called tonalytics. Basis the voice, the way customer is responding to your questions. There are some standard questions. You see what is the response from the customer, and if the response percentage is less than 60, 65, we know that we are not going to win the project. So we know ahead of time, well ahead of time, that whether we are going to get this project or not. That's something which is really helped. And I'm telling you, it is surely not foolproof. There are so many errors. We are piloting, we are modifying. It's all about the data that we have. We are modifying, trying to recreate. What really made the difference is the time. I don't need so many pre-sales team members. Earlier, we used to have so many pre-sales team members, not for really doing any work, but other than just creating the PPTs, right? Copy the PPT from there to here, here to there. It is finally the same. That got avoided. Then coming to the actual delivery of the work. Let's say assume that I won the project. Now I'm delivering the project. During the delivery of the work, we have so many challenges. First major challenge that we faced after pandemic is staffing, right? I'm sure all of you had major challenges. You lost people. You had staffing challenges. So with the tools that we have created internally, in fact, we have not created, honestly, we have engaged a third party for this particular thing. This third party is allowing us to get the right profiles, because my delivery managers do not have time to do thousands of interviews. I am losing people at 30% attrition, 25%, 30% attrition on one side. And if I ask my manager to do the interviews continuously, it will not help. So what we did is we engaged this third party who helped us get the right profiles basis the first few feedbacks that are given. And the feedbacks were very precisely put in the system, in the tool. That was like one of a very good, a small boutique firm, but has done an excellent job. That helped reduce our recruitment times by near 50%. Still, there is a long way to go, but at least it reduced the work by about 50%. Then once the staffing is done efficiently, you need the delivery, the project metrics, efficiency. Can I really be very efficient in my project delivery? Where are the areas that I can look at improving? Right from code quality, looking at the code generation. She mentioned about ChatGPT, right? All my developers are now going into ChatGPT, copy pasting. Is it okay? Simple. It's like you don't need to do anything. Just copy paste in ChatGPT. Is it working? Is it right code? Yes, you get the answer. Done. You don't need to really do the testing also. So that's something which is revolutionized the entire software services industry. And in fact, some of the areas we said, please do not allow. We have blocked ChatGPT in HCL for now because people have become lazy. The OpenAI link is currently blocked because people have become very lazy. They're just copy pasting the problem and then getting the code, copy pasting back into the source. So this has become a major challenge. So I would say that it is the entire life cycle where AI is really very helpful. I've talked about testing. Now you just go look at getting the money from the customer. Who are the customers where we have enough, the money is not received? Where are the reasons? All the past data and how much time it takes, that analysis also can be done. For now, because it is finance, we have not got into that because we want to still go do manual work. But that is one way where we also are looking at exploring. So that's the entire life cycle in the software services delivery, Manoharji.
Thank you so much for sharing the examples, Shiva. So again, we all agree that, the output of these AI-enabled systems depends on the quality of the data that we put in. Okay, so I was reading something recently, or watching something. So somebody has put in, and this AI, whatever engine, generates videos depending on the lines that you would put in. Somebody said salmon swimming in the sea, and what it generated is a salmon steak or a salmon fillet actually swimming in the sea. So somebody had to say it is probably a live salmon fish swimming in the sea. So because what it would do, it would go to the internet and pick up the most commonly used, people search so they can pick up the what dish they have to order in salmon. So anyway, so thank you for that.
Just want to add, how many developers here? Any developers? Quite a few. Okay, very few. But yeah, all of you are familiar with pair programming, right? This is one of the techniques in agile methods of doing software development. And the idea is that there are two developers sitting side by side, and one codes and other verifies while other person coding and augmenting. Like say, as you type, the other person say probably you are doing it here incorrectly, or maybe they would suggest that maybe you can do it differently. So whether you agree with it or not, but it's supposed to be more productive than you writing alone, right? And Microsoft's company called GitHub, if you know, GitHub has this thing called Copilot. So traditionally software developers, you cut the access to Stack Overflow, they can't code, right? Stack Overflow is the website where people ask questions and get answers and then copy paste them in their code. So what Copilot did is, Copilot uses technology from OpenAI, which is the same technology that is behind ChatGPT, called GPT-3, which basically helps you to generate programs and then use it as part of your code. So the way GitHub did it is that it is actually integrated into the IDE itself, right? So as part of the IDE, while typing the code, you can say, can you generate a small function which will translate time zone X from time zone Y to time zone Y, right? So it basically generates the code for you. And then you basically validate it. If it is working fine, move on, right? So there is no reason, I know the intent when you said that people getting lazy, but that is what the reality is, in the sense that as we advance, what we used to think earlier, we don't need to think anymore, right? That would be the machine generated. And you can add further value on top of it, right? So that's how I think as we move forward into the future.
No, absolutely, totally agree, right? When you think about AI developers, right, we don't need any more, big tech people to do it, a lot of academic, we've got citizen developers coming in. That's the concept, right? You can actually, because the algorithms are there, the interfaces are there, the code is generated for you. If you have an idea, you can actually get the program out in a day or a couple of hours. In fact, I think it's all similar, right? Power BI, if you look at it, right? Anybody can write Power Apps, and get your solution out as well. So it's all about citizens and making it easy. You don't need an engineering degree to go and write programs or, get your solution out. it's becoming more and more accessible for everybody. Development is accessible. You just need to have an idea. So that's what AI is bringing onto the table for all of us.
So one other point that I want to add on people becoming lazy, right? Arvind ji also was saying that people are becoming lazy. I would have been okay if they're lazy, but they are not becoming lazy. They are doing the second job in the free time that they have. That is a problem for me. So that's a major problem, and we do not entertain getting people doing the second job full time. Of course, in not industry, if they inform, if it is not a competitive thing, we are okay. But that's the other problem that I'm facing. I'm sure a lot of them will start to lose their jobs when they think, I can do second job, use this ChatGPT to complete my work in 2 hours. So that is one other challenge that we see.
Thank you for the wonderful conversation. So Anupama, how many minutes we have? Just want to make sure that we don't cross 5 minutes. 6 minutes. Okay. So actually, I had one more set of questions. One each for each of you. So, but we'll do that a rapid fire. Okay. So like a 30 seconds answer. And then, first of all, I just wanted to congratulate the organizers, Sridhar, Kosaraju, Narayana, and the rest of the team for putting together this wonderful program and all the supporting team. Okay. And certainly, thank you very much, Sandhya from Microsoft, Arvind from Wipro, and Praveen from NASCOM, and Shiva Prasad from HCL. Thanks for joining and sharing. I've learned a lot of things today. But we'll go quick, and rather than, I do have some questions which might be boring. So, but let me just do this. If you had all the resources in the world, and with no budget, what would you do with AI?
AI will figure it out. Since AI, it is supposed to figure out a solution. So it will figure out how the budget it is.
It is intelligent.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't think I can beat that answer.
You should go for the next question.
Yeah, I think we've all given up. Anybody else? Sure.
No, I think he's given it right? I mean, it's
That's a good question. Anyway, so
second question, probably answer is what is my wife thinking? I can tell that.
Thank you for that. Okay. So again, question to Praveen. How do you see AI startups contributing to the nation building and social impact? I know it's a rapid fire, but still ask.
No, so I've had the good fortune of working with over 140 startups since the past year and a half. And we've seen some amazing stories. You see startups that are looking at developmental disorders in children, and how AI can actually identify this early on. And if it's identified early on, there are chances of interventions working out well and causing the child to grow better improves even more. And that's one example I can cite. We've seen also, again, in the context of healthcare, wound assessments today in hospitals are done manually by nurses. They take a look at the wound. These could be, a surgical wound. It could be diabetic ulcers, any of these wounds that are there in the people. And it can take nearly about 30 minutes. AI today, with multispectral imaging, they can understand the kind of blood flow that is flowing beneath, the kind of bacteria that might be inside the skin, depending on the wound parameters. And this is done in a matter of 2 minutes or 1 minute, or even lesser in some cases. Now imagine the kind of speed up and the impact that this could bring. And I really think healthcare is one sector that's already being, flush with the kind of solutions that are coming in from the startup industry. In education as well, we see a lot of different stories coming in, stories that are pertinent on, how do you really assess candidates in something which, you've talked about. And this is also very, very useful because, a lot of fake resumes and, unfortunately the state of industry is such, but then these are solutions from that level to assessing dropouts, and something that Sanjay, you and I spoke in Microsoft, I'm sure has played a very significant role. And predicting school dropouts is very, very important. In the state of Andhra Pradesh, there was a very good project that was undertaken, machine learning project. And but then we are currently looking at sanitation in schools, looking at how startups can solve that problem, identifying, classifying how a particular toilet is cleaned by sanitation workers, how clean it is, because there's a direct correlation to girl children attending schools, and dropout rates can get reduced as a result of that. I mean, I can keep on narrating stories. I'm going to be around. I can tell more stories. I know it's a rapid fire, so I'm going to stop here.
Thank you. I know the question itself is not a rapid fire question, but it's okay. Thank you. At least you did fire. Anyway, I'll ask Sandhya. I know you're very passionate about diversity and inclusion. How can businesses encourage, or rather, by using AI, how can they encourage increased participation of women so that we can minimize the bias and discrimination?
Thank you, Manoj. This very close to my heart, and you kind of mentioned that, right? I'm part of the D&I initiative at the company as well, and I do other from the industry perspective as well. I do participate in multiple areas. If you look at today, right? I mean, biases exist in human society, and that kind of is carried into the AI space as well. Now, if we have to reduce the bias or discrimination against women, how does the data come in? It's because into machine learning, right? I mean, you are teaching machines, and that whatever data is there, that's how you're teaching it. I think one way to curtail that is to ensure that we have diverse data, which the way we teach our machines, right? Make sure our data has the right representation of women and other genders or other minority communities. Make sure that the data is open for everybody as well, right? So that the diverse data is available and not just what's on the internet, because they're all biased. If somebody searches for scientists, you'll see, like, probably whether it's in Google or Bing or any place, if you will, right? You'll see mostly men, not so much of women. There are women scientists actually, in fact, right? But it's the data, there's a marketing which is there, which kind of help, where you're seeing the biases. So it's very important to ensure that we're cognitive about it and ensure that there's right representation of people and data into the systems. The second part is in terms of the people who work in the AI systems in developing or in terms of upskilling. We have to ensure that the women are there as well. So hiring. Especially Shri Prasad, probably this is an ask for you as well when you're hiring and getting the numbers from 3,000 to 10,000. Make sure, encourage more women there, right? And especially in the AI systems, if you will. I'm sure you're going to do that. So encourage that and upskill women. So, that also kind of reduces the discrimination and the bias of it. The third part is the auditing. I think we kind of alluded to in the last question we spoke about is auditing the systems to ensure that the bias is not there. In fact, I don't know how many of you have heard, there's a company who actually used AI in hiring. And in fact, because of the data, they started getting more male profiles than women profiles because of the bias which crept in. And during one of the audit process, it was realized, and it's one of the big companies, right? They had to get the tool out and they went back into the manual process. So there are ethical challenges in it. Unfortunately, today there is bias in the system. So it's very important to be very cognitive about it, be aware of it, and work towards removing that bias and create more data in the systems.
So on the point that she made on, growing to 10,000, let me just tell you that currently I have 4,500 plus people in Vijayawada. 43% are women. I don't think any other company has 43%. And the way we did it is super. Very nice. Amazing. Okay, women leader. So the way we are trying to look at in future is like what she mentioned, using the tool, internal tool, to ensure that the future hiring happens the right way. Meaning the women, more women, wherever there is a possibility, we ensure that women are recruited. The lateral recruitment, it's difficult. Honestly speaking, I can say that I will recruit only women But technology skill, important technology skill, if women are not available, I can't lose the business. So what we do is we enforce this thing on freshers. I have 68 to 70% of the freshers who are joining me as women. So that's a big thing. Whenever you see our photographs of freshers, you see almost 80% women only. So that's a big thing that we are doing. And AI, yeah, I mean, it's general common sense. We don't even need AI there. It's just a common sense is what I feel. Thank you.
Yeah. So now that we have to give more representation to women, so I think we'll reduce our male contribution. Anyway, we crossed the time by 5 minutes, Nupama, but we started 5 minutes late. So we stuck to 1 hour. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you and appreciate all the panel speakers. Thank you.
So just a token of appreciation for the kind of talk we had, and a lot of knowledge and a lot of power with AI implications and implementations around. It was a really nice session with you all, and we love the rapid fire as well. It was good. So just a token of appreciation from our end. For the lady leadership. Thank you so much.
स्वागत है आपका कॉर्नर टॉक शो पर। मैं हूं मेजर सुनील शेट्टी। आज मेरे गेस्ट हैं गोपाल शाह जी, जो कि शाकंभरी ऑर्गेनिक्स प्राइवेट लिमिटेड के फाउंडर हैं। गोपाल जी, वेलकम टू द शो।
थैंक यू।
तो ऑर्गेनिक्स, आपने कंपनी के बारे में बताइए।
हमारी कंपनी जो है वो छोटे और लघु किसान जो है उनके लिए काम करना चाहती है, जिसके अंदर में कि हम लोग ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर बना करके उनको केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर से दूर करें और कस्टमर्स को भी जो है वो एक अच्छा प्रोड्यूस मिल सके।
तो क्या आपके एक्सपीरियंस से क्या आप क्या कहेंगे कि आज की तारीख में कस्टमर जो एक छोटा किसान है वो तैयार है ऑर्गेनिक फर्टिलाइजर को रिप्लेस करने के लिए?
ऐसा है कि इसके अंदर में लोगों की डिमांड है और किसान के पास में जब ऑप्शन अवेलेबल होगा तो उसमें जरूर शिफ्ट होगा, क्योंकि ऑर्गेनिक से एक तो हेल्थ अच्छा रहेगा, सॉइल की हेल्थ अच्छी रहेगी और उनको भी फायदा, उनकी उपज का ज्यादा पैसा मिल सकता है, जो कि केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर के अंदर में अब आप देख रहे हैं कि कैंसर्स के बहुत ज्यादा केसेस बढ़ रहे हैं। तो लोग चाहते हैं कि मैंने आज आप अगर चाहते हैं कि आपको ऑर्गेनिक मिले, आपको पता नहीं कि कहाँ से मिलेगा। किसान अगर चाहता है कि उसको ऑर्गेनिक प्रोड्यूस करना है तो उसके पास में ऑप्शंस ही नहीं है, तो हम उस गैप को फिलअप करना चाहते हैं।
एक चीज और देखने में आया कि जब हम ऑर्गेनिक प्रोडक्ट की बात करते हैं उसके ऑथेंटिसिटी को लेकर काफी सवाल चल रहा था, उसके ऊपर सवाल लगा रहता है, तो उसको आप कैसे एड्रेस करते हैं?
आप ये देख लीजिए कि आज जितनी भी बड़ी मल्टीनेशनल कंपनियां हैं वो लोग जिस चीज को क्लेम करती हैं, क्या उसको कोई भी कस्टमर वेरीफाई करने जाता है? वो नहीं आता। उसका रीजन है कि उसके पीछे एक मार्केटिंग और ब्रांडिंग की टीम पूरी लगी हुई होती है। आज अगर हम वही प्रयास उसी तरीके से करेंगे और ब्रांड जो है वो बनाना पड़ता है, बिल्डअप करना पड़ता है, तो वो चीज होने से वो ऑथेंटिसिटी वाली चीज जो है कस्टमर के माइंड से वो भी उठ जाएगी।
आज जो एक एंटरप्रेन्योर डे आउट चल रहा है, इसमें आने का आपका क्या मकसद था और कैसा एक्सपीरियंस रहा?
देखिए, मैं वैसे तो बहुत सारी यात्राएं करते रहता हूँ, बहुत सारे लोगों से ऑल ओवर इंडिया मिलता रहता हूँ। बाकी उड़ीसा में इस तरीके से एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैंग आउट के हिसाब से मिलना, ये मेरे लिए एक बहुत सुखद अनुभूति है। मैं नहीं सोचता था कि उड़ीसा में इस तरीके से इतने सारे बच्चे होंगे जो कि इस तरीके से काम करते होंगे। यहाँ मिल करके मैं अपने आप को 20 साल यंग फील कर रहा हूँ। मेरा वैसे तो रोल आप ये बोल सकते हैं कि जामवंत का होना चाहिए कि बच्चों को प्रोत्साहित करूं, लेकिन ये बच्चों के साथ में रह करके मैं खुद भी बच्चा फील कर रहा हूं। मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि स्टार्टअप को जो है और प्रमोट
Shri Gudiwada Amarnath, Honorable Minister for Industries, Infrastructure, Investment and Information Technology, addressed the gathering at Infinity Vizag, an IT summit organized by ITAP. Listen in.
Distinguished guests on the dais, Shri Chandrahas Garu, Srinath Reddy Garu, Suresh Garu, Venkat Medapati, President ITAP Sridhar Garu, President-elect Srimati Lakshmi Garu, and guests of the dais and friends from different parts of the country, media. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here today not as a chief guest of the event. I'm here as a host of the event because we are here to promote Andhra Pradesh as the new IT destination in the country, and especially Vizag, a beach IT destination, which our Honorable CM Jagannath Reddy Garu want to promote Visakhapatnam as the beach IT destination to the world. As just mentioned by Shri Reddy Garu, we have a lot of beach destinations all over the world, but Visakhapatnam is one place where we call the city of destiny. Will probably be the next IT destination to the country. We have almost 25 to 30,000 IT employees working in Visakhapatnam. New companies coming down to Visakhapatnam, the big MNCs like Infosys, a consultant company like Randstad has already started their operations in Visakhapatnam. We have a meeting tomorrow with Wipro. Mr. Kiran has a meeting with Wipro tomorrow. They are trying to set up a 1,000-seater in Visakhapatnam. Companies like IBM are also interested in coming down to Visakhapatnam, to the state of Andhra Pradesh. Probably in the next 10 to 15 days, the Adani data center with an investment of around 14,000 crores, almost $2 billion, with an employment of almost 25,000 employees. Honorable CM will lay the foundation for the Adani data center in the next 10 to 15 days. See, one thing I just wanted to bring to the people all around through this event is like, never compare our state with other states. Because I've seen in the last couple of months, I've taken over as the Minister for Information Technology almost 8 months back. See, even the parents in our culture always compare children with the children next door. He's studying good, he's getting 99 marks, he's getting 100 marks, he's good at this, he's good at that. This is a normal culture of Indian parents. See, this has been transformed into everything. We are being compared with the other states nowadays. They compare myself with the other IT minister in the neighborhood. See, Hyderabad is one place which the development is already done. It took almost 3 decades. When Rajiv Gandhi was the Prime Minister of India, when the IT and the communication reforms came into the country, the foundation was laid in Hyderabad for information technology, where we call the high-tech city. The foundation was laid by the then Chief Minister Janardhan Reddy Garu, where my father was Minister for Technical Education in that cabinet. See, it took almost 30 to 32 years to transform Hyderabad to what it is right now today. We are right now at the budding stage. We need to grow more. It will take almost 1 decade, 2 decades. And Hyderabad was also part of this united state of Andhra Pradesh. We have just came out from Hyderabad, or we have separated from Telangana just 7 to 8 years ago. And we are the ones who developed Hyderabad. We are also in the construction of Hyderabad. Building of Hyderabad, what it is today, Hyderabad, where different parts of the country or different parts of the world speak about Hyderabad. We are also the people from Andhra Pradesh, or the workforce from Andhra Pradesh. There is a statistics. I thought Mr. Redigar would point out that statistics also. There are almost, out of the total employment in Telangana, the IT employment in Telangana, 15% are from Telugu origin. Like 15 IT employees out of 100 people in Telangana are from Telugu origin. And out of these 15 people, 10 people are from Andhra Pradesh origin. Probably they might be from Telugu origin, but 10 out of 15 are from Andhra Pradesh. So you can just imagine what workforce we have in Andhra Pradesh, what kind of employment or workforce we have in the state of Andhra Pradesh. And when you go to United States of America, 25 IT employees out of every 100 IT are from Telugu origin. If somebody, one president and another new president comes to United States of America and they say, people from India, go back to your own country, there's no IT in United States of America. Because the people working in United States of America, the major exports that are coming out from United States of America, most of the people working there in America, major part of IT employment is from India, and out of India, the Andhra origin people are more in America. See, when you see the CEOs of the global companies, maybe Satya Nadella, Sundar Pichai, anybody, you name anybody, the top companies, CEOs are from Indian origin. So, what I say, probably under the dynamic leadership of Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, in the next 1 or 2 decades, we'll be in the top 5 destinations of IT in the country. That we can promise to the people of Andhra Pradesh. That workforce we have in the state of Andhra Pradesh, that environment we have, we'll create that ecosystem. We'll give whatever the IT companies want from the government. We'll support that. We have associations like ITAP. And regarding the startups, we had a competition last month. The Andhra Pradesh Innovation Society, we had an event organized by the APIS. There are almost 300 odd companies have participated. We have shortlisted around 30 companies. We have honored them with some prize monies from the government side. So regarding the startups also, probably we may be in a lower position in the country, but we'll definitely grow more. We'll support startups. We have almost given almost 370 odd seats for the new startups in the Innovation Society building in Rishikonda in Visakhapatnam. And regarding the electronic manufacturing clusters, the 4 new electronic manufacturing clusters, 1 in Tirupati, 2 in Tirupati, where this Sunny Opotech, Foxlinks, Dixon, TCL, Wingtech, a lot of companies are working. The Apple, the lenses for the Apple iPhones, we are having a discussion with the Apple company. We'll definitely bring down the company to Andhra Pradesh, to the manufacturing cluster in Tirupati or in Koparthi. We are associating with the Apple company. And regarding the post-pandemic situations. We have seen a lot of people working from home. Almost, I was there in a company yesterday in Hyderabad. Only just 30 to 40% of the workforce working for the company are located in the office. The balance 60 to 70% are working from home. The total scenario changed after the COVID situations in the world. The employees are not interested in going back to their places. They're not interested. If the company calls them, they are saying that we want to shift to other company. The average IT employee working for the company today in India is just 11 months. They're shifting their companies basing on their salaries or the requirements of the company, or if they want them to come back to the desired place where they're working at. There was a study for Infosys regarding Andhra Pradesh and Visakhapatnam. There are almost 3,000 employees working in Visakhapatnam, working in Infosys from Visakhapatnam within a radius of 50 kilometers. There are 3,000 employees working in Infosys from Visakhapatnam. So these people are working from home after the COVID situations. The Infosys people called them back. They called them to Bangalore, they called them back to Hyderabad. They said, we are not willing to come back because they're getting the same salaries working from home. They don't need to pay house rents. They're working in their hometown. They're staying back with their parents. It's a different issue if they're married, but if they're staying back with their parents, staying where they studied, staying back where they played, staying back with their own friends. So the situation after the COVID came throughout the world has changed. The total scenario changed. They want to work from home, or they want the companies to come back to the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities. So that's where the state of Andhra Pradesh is focusing at. We are the most resourced state in the country for IT. We have that professional courses in Andhra Pradesh where we are giving thousands of engineering graduates coming out every year. And we have all the MNCs located only 3 or 4 locations in the country. Bangalore, Chennai, Hyderabad, Mumbai, Pune, or Gurgaon, 4 or 5 locations. So we are tapping at the companies where the companies wanted to come down to tier 2 or tier 3 cities. So Visakhapatnam, which is the 9th richest city in the country, which has that potential, where Visakhapatnam is going to become the capital city of Andhra Pradesh in just 2 months from now. Just write it down. This is just for the media people who are here. In the next 2 months from this date, Visakhapatnam is not only the 9th richest city in the country, but also the capital city of Andhra Pradesh. So, after the COVID situations, the work from home concepts, when we had a discussion with the Honorable Chief Minister, we have 15,000 Gram Sachivalayams in the state. Every panchayat, every 2,000 population, we have a Gram Sachivalayam, where all the services are being rendered to the local people or the local citizens. Where previously people used to go to their mandal offices or the district or the RDO, the revenue divisional offices, or the district headquarters. After we came into power, after Jagannath Reddy Garu took charge as the Chief Minister, we have brought this Grama volunteer and ward volunteer system and this Grama Sachivalayam and the ward Sachivalayam concepts. We are rendering all the services from the Grama Sachivalayam and the ward Sachivalayams, and every ward Sachivalayam or the Grama Sachivalaya will be accompanied by a digital library. What is this digital library for? We had a concept before the COVID came. It is a place where people or the students come and study there. But after the COVID situations, when Honorable Chief Minister was there for an inauguration in his constituency in Pulivendula, where an integrated complex, where the Grama Sachivalayam, the digital library, the wellness clinic, and the Raitu Bharosa Kendra, where all the four, one for the farmers, one for the citizens and all, where we have opened an integrated complex in Pulivendula. There were 10 people working in that digital library on the computers. All are working for different institutions, like different MNCs. One is working for Wipro, one is working for Mahindra Satyam, Tech Mahindra. So a person working in Pulivendula, in Rayalaseema, in such a place in Kadapa district, one individual is getting almost 75,000 per month. One individual is getting almost 1 lakh per month. One employee is getting almost 60,000 per month. These students or these IT employees used to work in different parts of the country before COVID. One used to be in Bangalore, one used to be in Hyderabad, one used to be in Gurgaon. And now they're working in Pulivendula for the same companies. So what Honorable Chief Minister thought of? We'll transform all these digital libraries, all these 15,000 digital libraries in the state to a co-working spaces for all the IT employees. So for that, we are almost spending almost 450 to 500 crores for the fiber. Because now the fiber is connected to all the Mandal headquarters. We want the fiber to be connected to all the local panchayats, all the 14,000, almost 14,800, it's almost 15,000 panchayats. In the next 6 months to 1 year, we'll connect all the villages. Let it be a tribal village in the agency or a rural villages. All the villages will be connected through fiber, and all the fiber will be and all the digital libraries will be converted. Some part of the digital library will be as a studying space, and the 10 computers where we are installing 10 systems in the digital library, those can be used as an working spaces for the IT employees. So this transformation we are looking at, and we are having this 175 skill hubs. Regarding the skill, we have almost, we had an program almost 1.5 months back in Andhra University, where the certification courses happen. We had an MOU with Microsoft. Microsoft had an certification course. Almost 15,000 people, students have enrolled. We have given certificates to almost 2,000 or 3,000 students. So all the certification courses from Microsoft, from Google, and some other companies, I don't remember, or 1 or 2 other companies are also on board for the certification courses and all. And regarding the Business Reforms Action Plan, you know, Andhra Pradesh is #1 in the country in ease of doing business. In the last 3 years, we are the #1 in the country in ease of doing business. There are almost 340 or 345 different aspects where the central government had an perception survey on all the 350 aspects. 3 years or 4 years back, it was totally on what the government submits, totally on what the government paperwork is submitted, and it depends on the paperwork or the project report where we submit to the central government. It was dependent on that. But in the last year, 2021, ease of doing business was totally given on perception survey, 100% perception survey, and we are leading #1 in the country. And we have this Spandana portal, a one-stop grievance redressal platform where public grievances can be raised at the village and the ward secretariats, where I've just mentioned it. And we have a 1902 toll-free number. And the Spandana portal, we had a delegation from Karnataka to study about the Spandana portal. So they have understood and detailed the implementation of the platform. They would like to replicate in the state a similar robust public grievance system called IGPRS. Integrated Public Grievance Redressal System, which is a forefront of technology revolution in India, has to come to Andhra Pradesh to replicate Spandana, speaks volume about the clear vision, robust planning and successful implementation by the government. And regarding the IT parks, where Mr. Kiran has just mentioned, we have IT parks coming up. We have already existing IT parks in Visakhapatnam. We are coming up with new IT parks in Anantapur, which is the closest destination to Bangalore. We have IT spaces in Tirupati as well. We have IT spaces in Vijayawada. We have IT spaces in Kakinada. So we have 5 places. Anantapur will be an ideal location for people to connect to Bangalore, and Tirupati is an ideal location for people to connect to Chennai. And Vijayawada and Visakhapatnam, Vijayawada, as we have the major this thing for HCL and all, and Visakhapatnam will be the leading destination for IT in Andhra Pradesh. And we welcome everybody, welcome the whole world to look at Visakhapatnam as the new IT destination and the beach IT destination of Andhra Pradesh. And we have the Global Investment Summit coming up on March 3rd and 4th in Visakhapatnam. We would like to invite all of you again to the Investment Summit on March 3rd and 4th, where all the global leaders and all the industrialists from all around the country are coming down. We have the G20 presidency, where the India is holding the G20 presidency this year. We have a summit on G20 on March 28th and 29th in Visakhapatnam. So Visakhapatnam is going to be the next big destination for the country and as well as for the world. So I once again congratulate ITAP for doing this big event, Infinity IT Summit in Visakhapatnam, and focusing Visakhapatnam as the new beach IT destination for Andhra Pradesh. Thank you once again, and thank you all the distinguished who have attended this event. Thank you.
So, starting with Srini, what was your first investment, and what are the technologies or innovation that you look into? I'll come to the team later, but from the overall business idea side, how did you decided to take that first portfolio of yours?
So for me, like I said, I am now kind of, but I'm not a traditional investor. I wasn't looking for returns alone. I was really looking to support. My idealistic vision of being an angel is literally giving money to people and helping them to succeed, hopefully. And so it was just the people. I really liked the people I gave money to. I liked the problem they were trying to solve. I didn't go much deeper than that at the time, honestly. So my first couple of investments were essentially, in my head, almost like grants.
So what was the first one that you remember? Because that's the first, first girlfriend, I guess. So what was the first one?
So the first one was actually, this is back in the US a long time ago. And in those days itself, it was what is now called EdTech, right?
Yeah.
The thesis was that obviously education is changing, and I strongly believe it needs to change. And so they were looking at a particular way of doing that using the internet. Of course, that was the thing in those days. Unfortunately, they couldn't scale it. I mean, there was an issue with that part. But yeah, it was an EdTech company.
Great.
Just to add to what Srini said.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Just to add to what Srini said, I agree. I think startup investing is really what I like to call nurture capital. So I like to mention this to all my new friends, a lot of whom are coming into angel investing in the last 2-3 years now. Many folks from corporates, many HNIs, others, But to your question, Anubhav, my first startup investment was a company called Zipper, Aditya Vucci. It was via Indian Angels. I was part of Indian Angels, so it was a sort of group investment of about, I don't know, close to $1 million or so. What I really liked about Zipper, one was that the founder was from my school. He was my junior from HPS Begumpet. That was just a small part of it. The actual problem which he was trying to solve and the way he pitched his story, it was that, when anybody is trying to sort of come to your home, whether it's a Uber coming early morning at 4:30 to pick you up, for a trip to the railway station or airport, he starts calling you like 1 hour prior because there was no easy way to pinpoint a location. So he was, embarking on a journey to solve that problem. He started B2C, but it had to be B2 government to C. So he went through a lot of ups and downs. Monetization was a little bit of an issue. I think Domino's and few other people signed up for some APIs and stuff like that. But he's shut that company. It's been a few months now. But Zipper was my first investment. Yeah,
great. Sailesh, startup investing is a very risky business, right? As they say, it's pray and pray. So you invest mostly in technology companies, you as in Anthill, mostly in technology companies. How much do you think a patient's capital is required in these companies before you see some tangible growth or some tangible movement?
Yeah, I think even at Anthill, we're not a typical investor. So we invest in the person, and what we call as the first check is more execution capital for them to go and execute the idea and then come back and see whether it works, what doesn't work, what are the learnings. And for us, it's always been investing in the person, because what we believe strongly is that an idea can always, go either way. It can always get stuck in the middle, but we strongly believe the team, the founders, can really find a path, can be resilient, can pivot and get you results. So I think that's where we invest in to get results. I think for us, we've never really seen it as, especially initially on. Now I think we're limited by SEBI because it's a closed-ended fund. We have to give money back to our investors. But early on, there have companies we've invested in around 10 years ago, we've still stayed on because we're never really ready for an exit, nor are we pushing the founders to essentially create results just for the sake of financial returns, but more from an impact perspective. Having said that, I think discipline is also important in founders to ensure that from a financial perspective, from a team perspective, and also from an overall holistic perspective. So we do educate founders from time and again to ensure that there is a certain timeline by which they need to push results. If not, they need to look beyond that.
Please. I think a large part of it, so I was speaking earlier from my personal investing standpoint, right? And I'm part of a company that we don't invest, we rarely, I should say, invest cash into startups, but we do invest our time and experience, especially the executive committee members who are all, they've all done amazing things. So I think one of the things is, whenever you are investing anything, first of all, it depends on stage. We're all talking early stage right now, but it's very different when you get to later stage investing, right? But at the early stage, I think, at least for us, when we put money into something, the first thing we do is sit down with the founder and say, where is this money going to take you? You have to have clear goals that with this amount of capital, you have X amount of runway. here are the milestones you need to hit. And by the way, here are the hypotheses you need to either prove or disprove, because that's a large part of what you're trying to do at a startup, right? Having said that, we're also very, very aware that it is a startup, which means that they're working on unknown unknowns. And so things will crop up, and therefore we will be patient with them, even if they don't do that. As long as we're seeing them working closely, seeing them openly sharing, what's not working or whatever, you got to be patient, I would say.
Great. So all three of you have a different profile of as investor. You invest as a fund. You usually as an angel or part of a network. Sanjay, you also do that. And Sanjay comes from a finance background, CA himself, and has been CFO for Sierra Atlantic for so long. What difference do you see in angel investing or a network investing than a fund? What is your opinion on that? Which one do you think is a more structured way of investment? Do you think founders take angels seriously, or they take funds more seriously with their reporting and other stuff, which Srini was talking? As long as we know what they are doing, we are okay even if they are failing.
Should I take that? Yeah. So Anubhav, actually angels, there is a food chain of investing, right? So you start with bootstrap, then you have friends, family, and fools, as they call it, right? FF and F. So early people in your circle who believe you. And the next stage is angels. And typically funds actually come after angels, okay? So of course today there are a bunch of angel networks like Indian Angels, Hyderabad Angels, Mumbai Angels, AHA Ventures, Venture Catalyst, etc. And then you of course have early stage funds. So we are seeing that in the ecosystem. Actually even very large VCs are coming upstream to catch ventures early, because they don't want to wait till $1 billion valuation before they put in 100 million. They want to take 10 million at a 50 million valuation. So I think the lines are blurring. To your question about how it's different, to the audience here, I would like to say that you should try and find an approach which is a considered approach. So do your research. Look at, there is no or, it is all and, right? So you could approach a bunch of angels. It could be via Thai, Indian Angel, Mumbai Angel, whatever. Approach them, try to do your research on what is the stage at which these networks or individuals are investing. Are there preferences for a particular industry? Frankly, there are now alumni networks where you could have a very low friction experience. If you are from, let's say, BITS Pilani, or you are from Xavier Institute, something, you are from Osmania University. Now there are alumni investment networks where you stand a much higher chance of getting a warm hearing, right? So I would say the dynamics are different. There is no hard rule which says that a fund is tougher to get on board, but a fund gives you an advantage of a more formal approach. There is more sort of housekeeping, there is more diligence, etc., which happens rather than an angel. But I'm always in favor of that, because the better you are prepared earlier, the smoother your journey is after. I worry that because startups have no sort of tangible entry barrier, a lot of us just jump in with a very romantic view that everybody is making money, everybody is taking an idea and spinning it into crores and crores of funding. I worry about that impression, and I think today's world is already sort of bringing a lot of that smoke down to reality. Yeah, I hope I answered.
Yeah. So, that was insightful. What I meant was from the point of view of startups reporting to you. Do you think as an angel it's tough to get all the compliances and all the information that you need? You have to run after the startup, whereas in the fund case it's more
not really, Anubhav. I've always believed that it's about the investors setting and actually mentoring the startup founders. And in fact, it is our duty as an investor to help them. So one of the things I like to tell all my startup founders, even very early founders, is look for a quarterly investor update, whether you have an update or not, right? Write 4 lines, because at the end of it, you can actually write and ask and say, the help I'm seeking from you is A, B, and C. But that structuring helps. So in my view, I don't think founders are trying to evade reporting or things like that. I feel investors, it's a duty, it's a role we should do to help them hold their hand through that, get them in the hands of a good accountant or somebody early on, so that for themselves first and for us also, their housekeeping is in order. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. Srini, your first check, or even Sailesh, this question goes to both of you. You said you focus on the person. Even Sanjay sir was talking about investing in Aditya. So what, I mean, what are the parameters that you have, or is it you look at a coachable founder or the attitude? What exactly are the early stage advice also it can be that you want to give to the founders when they are approaching networks or funds, that because I see a lot of people say that it is the team in which we invest. So do you have parameters like they should be from the Ivy Leagues, or does that actually matter? Because people say Zuckerberg was a dropout, but not from a local college here, right? He was dropout from Harvard or Oxford, whatever. But so, do you really think that these people are little above the curve when they approach? They have more structured approach, What do you think in the team?
So, I think if I were to say that they don't have an unfair advantage, I'd probably be lying. It definitely if you really look at the statistics, it does look like they do have an advantage. Whether that's investor bias alone or if it's really genuinely that they're much better, I don't know. Personally, that's not a thing I focus on at all. I'm a strong believer in founders who, first of all, stuff about the business, right? Do they deeply understand the problem? The problem, not the solution, right? Do they really deeply understand it? Do they have a unique insight into that particular space? Have they done their homework? I look into the team for sure, the dynamics between those different people. But you look at intangible things like how, and these are harder to judge, but how tenacious are they? What's going to happen when shit hits the fan? For all startups, shit will hit the fan at some point, right? How are they going to handle that? Are they going to run, that kind of stuff? So for me, it is definitely about the team because, again, like startups are hard. You think you're going after a particular market, but you'll end up not going after that market eventually. You pivot slightly every single time. So for me, yeah, it's definitely the team.
Sailesh, any input on that?
I think Srini and I are in many ways cutting the same cloth because we try to help the founder reach their vision. And even at Antel, we've always been a strong believer in creating an ecosystem and providing tools, resources to founders to essentially reach their goals or visions and create an impact. To add to what Srini said, I think, problem solving skills is something we've always seen. We try to analyze within founders. As Srini said, it's always going to hit the fan for sure. It's at 9 out of 10 times, right? And then if it hasn't, it's just waiting for it to happen. So how do they maneuver in the situation? How do they pivot? How do they think about it? How do they resolve? And also, I think the experience that they've had growing up, right? Their personal stories are very important because those are the foundation. And I think academia is one aspect of it, but not everything. So there are many other factors we can look at, especially how they choose the team, how they pick an idea, how they let you grow that, and also whether the idea they pick is scalable in their minds or not. And I think that's one of the reasons why we always ask the founder, what is the potential exit for us as an investor? Not that we want to exit in year 3, year 5, year 7, but have they seen this path and have they seen it through, at least in their minds?
Thanks. We did prepare a bunch of questions, but the flow of the event is going in a way that now I have to, all these questions are irrelevant. Yeah, pivot at the right time. So now coming to we remember we spoke Sanjay 4 years back, 4.5 years back, where we were seeing this was you were also very much involved that time when Techstars came to Hyderabad, and they were like, we are seeing startups going from 50 lakhs to 1 crore, 1 crore to 2 crore, and then stagnant for a couple of years. What do you think, or what is your understanding about these investments? Why do they? I mean, neither they are falling, neither they are going. They are just there. So, and after that, we did extensive research where we met bunch of T-Hub founders, we met investors. At that point, Prasad was also here 3-4 years back, I'm talking. And we had some findings. But I would like to hear from each one of you, what is your understanding? Why does that happen? Why at certain level, the growth is stagnant and it is not like neither they are falling, neither they are going, they are just there. And you? Right. Yes, you start.
Yeah, so that's not an easy question, Narva. Basically, why do startups plateau, right? So now there can be multiple reasons which can happen. One of the things, again, from my own observation have been that very often startup teams tend to start among friends. So there are 2 or 3 co-founders. They are often classmates. They are folks who have known each other or worked in a corporate with each other. But one of the points sometimes which is missed out is you need startup founders who are complementary to each other. In my own very personal way, I like to say that there are 3 sort of core pillars to any entrepreneurial venture, right? One is a go-to-market customer-facing pillar. And that pillar has to, like Srini very nicely said, you have to start with the problem and come back problem in, not solution out. So find a must-solve problem which is unaddressed, under-addressed, poorly addressed. A go-to-market pillar, operations and finance pillar, and the third is a technology pillar. Now startups need to use technology because it helps you to manage with frugal resources, much lesser resources than what a traditional company needs to create that sort of enterprise, to create that sort of boost to your revenue. So what I find, Anubhav, is that very often not having these complementary founders tends to become a choke point for the startup at that journey. So they probably have raised the initial 50 lakhs to 1 crore, which is a bootstrap. They managed to get another 4 crores of funding. But as Sailesh very nicely mentioned, the startup needs to understand and be able to model. You don't need to be a finance person to model business. You need to be able to model at each stage where you are, point A, and what is point B, and what will this funding take you? What is the definition of point B? It's like, the classic cliche thing is that you can't jump a cliff in 2 jumps, because in your first jump, if you have not reached the other side, you die, right? So what I've found to your question, Anubhav, is that a lot of startups may not have estimated what resource they need to get to the next stage where they can be investable. And I'm not necessarily saying everybody needs to depend on outside funding. There are enough bootstrap startups. But the point I'm saying is the critical mass needed, the thought process, the internal competence needed to estimate the resources required to get to the next stage results in a lack of critical mass, which results in you being stuck in a what they call the valley of death, that you have revenue, but it's not enough to be able to inspire the next level of resources. You're not able to get new talent to come in and join you. You're not alive, you're not dead. That's the problem.
Thanks, Srini. Yeah, just to add to that, all absolutely valid points. I think for me, a large part of it is beyond that, just what you need to do to get to what we call product market fit, right? So there are stages that you go through. And like I mentioned earlier, there are hypotheses that every startup starts with, thinking that I know this problem, I think I know that this set of actions will solve it and distribute it, and maybe they just didn't manage to build the right hypothesis. and run out of capital. Sometimes they've estimated, but the hypothesis proved wrong, and it just didn't work. Is one, right? Or they just didn't have enough runway to get there. Is another big part of all of this. I think another one. Essentially, product market fit is the biggest part of all of this for sure. And I've lost my train of thought. I was about to say something else.
Now you pivot.
So I think at Answer, we always believe we have three kinds of skill sets, and I think Sanjay's put it quite crisply. And we always believe we have a visionary, a hacker, and a hustler to make it work. And most of the time, what we do is we kind of negotiate with ourselves. And we as humans are the only people who can negotiate and convince ourselves that's true. No other being in this planet can do that. We do it really well. So sometimes we believe that 2 out of 3 is good enough to start with, and we'll find the other one along the way. So that's why I said I think for me, when a company hits a saturation point, it's either because not necessarily all of them, but to be because of passion of the team, financial discipline or planning, and problem-solving skills, scalability, and also lack of raising enough capital. I think the last decade has seen the most number of bridge rounds ever happen in this world, and especially in the country. And I think that's not just because of poor planning, but also because of different factors which have led to tremendous growth or underestimating the external circumstances that you normally do. So it's a mix of all these factors which result in that. But as Sanjay put it well, in a very nice fashion, it is the value step. If you're not really scaling, you're not guys.
Yes. Old age, I'm going to blame out. No, one of the things I was just going to say was that the skills required to grow a startup from 0 to 1, 1 to 10, and then 10 to 100 are not the same. And very often the founders that could get you to a certain point couldn't take you past that next level or grow you to that next stage. And that does happen. In some cases, you see that founders are swapped out. In other cases, it just doesn't work, and that's where they plateau. They're fine, but they'll never grow further than that.
So just a quick second, in a couple of seconds. Do you think they diversify too much when the checks start hitting the account? Like we should try this also, we should try this also, because that was one thing which we saw in our research work that we are doing back then. And Sanjay was also at that time involved and rightly pointed out it's a two-way tunnel. On one side you pick the market, the other side you pick the product. And until as you are meeting at a certain point, either you'll take too much to the product side or you'll take too much on the market side. Do you think, have you seen or experienced too much of diversification start happening when check starts hitting?
I mean, check starts hitting is one reason. There's a couple of reasons that can happen, right? And one is that they didn't get the right guidance and they're just trying to do too much. That's a very common one in immature startup companies, right? They just think I can do this and I can do this and I can do this. But even more, I even see that's easy to spot, right, and point out. But another one is just they haven't defined their, there are 3 questions normally asked. What problem are you solving? Who are you solving it for? Why, right? The who you're solving it for is too broad. They're trying to do too many things. Like you can't address a market for everyone in one shot because you have limited time, money, and resources. And so that's a very, very common mistake. You really have to focus on who are your early adopters, who are the people that are your hair on fire people, as they call it, right? That focus needs to be there. That's missing quite often. So I think that's one reason for it for sure.
Any interesting passes that you people made went on big? I would.
All the time. I think that's
which one example if you have you passed and it became a huge. I know for Sanjay for sure. It was that popcorn company, right? Imla Foods you passed, right? Yeah, I have many more. Not to. It start from there. Yeah, interesting. Yes, start from there.
No, that's a part of any investor's journey. I think there should never be, as they say, investor remorse. Right? There is no last bus, and I feel.
Sorry to interrupt. What from where I'm coming is like, what exactly was your reason to say no that time? Sure, it might be right and relevant at that time. They might have done those changes, and the next set of investors had no issue with it. So from that point,
yeah. So I'll give you a slight variation and maybe 2 quick ones. I won't take much time. So way back, I met a young team. The founder was my neighbor actually. We have a small, 12 apartment building, and he was staying on the ground floor. I'm on the first floor. So he was ex-Brahmati, and they had built a very interesting platform, AI platform, where they were able to roll out very quick AI and data solutions for companies. A fascinating company. It was bootstrapped. So he came to me actually for advice, not even for money. He came to ask me, at what stage should he raise money. He was making some money on consulting revenue already. So I said, yeah, consulting mein paisa aa raha hai. Why do you want investor to come and ride on your head? So don't raise, wait for some time. So he didn't raise. And in less than 12 months from the point he had met me, Apple acquired him for $25 million. So the point is that if I had reached out to him to say, you know what, I can put in an initial 50 lakhs if you would like, he would have happily taken it actually. So I didn't do that. It was not really a pass, but I felt very happy for it. Second quick one, Uni4, which is now a multi-unicorn. So I was an investor in Uni4 via Indian Angels, but I got out at the point about 3 years back where they were flipping to the US side. So the India entity was flipping towards US. I had a small investment. I got out with a decent X. But after I got out, it has gone up by another 20x or 30x. So life goes on. I feel happy for that.
Srini? Yeah. No, unfortunately, I don't have any really exciting stories.
I think one worth mentioning, which was in the news recently, is Mobstack. It's Axel's portfolio company. They had come to us because Mobstack was coming up with some new hardware devices, and as a fund as not large as Sequoia, Axel, and whatnots, we were limited by capital. So we said we really can't invest in a hardware startup, and they were just pivoting and raising really large sums. So we said we wouldn't be able to participate, and now they've just they've gone in the business. I think they're going to go IPO in 2 years. So, but again, as I think all of us said, yeah, absolutely. I mean, and what's interesting is the founder, Ravi, is being my neighbor growing up, so I've known him personally as well. But I think the reason is more because of Axel and the stage which we invest. But I don't think we've ever had any remorse. And when you first asked about the companies, we missed out on the first talked about the number of companies, but my colleague was in the audience here, Yashwant, who probably has at least 30 companies he's shortlist for active in invest, and all of them have raised at least 10, become multiples of 30x.
So, my next question, I mean, see, the Head Start is, for us, is all about the community and the people around. And that's how we make our sessions very short and open to Q&A. Now, before I go to that, after seeing the support here, I got reminded when we used to discuss back in those days, we were thrown out of Lamakan. Because police came, that 150 people with cars and bikes, but what are you people doing here? Some mob mobilization is going on. And that was the support which I see today also. It's been 15 years so far with Head Start, and amazing support. Thank you so much for turning out in big numbers. We will open the floor for questions for all of you. So one last question to all. During your journey in the portfolio, you time and again, as and when you get time, here it is like you'll have to keep a check. As an angel, you keep checks after 2-3 months. Sanjay sir might have more structured approach because so what do you see few red flags? The portfolio is going in the right direction. I need to put my foot down and tell them not to do this. When do you see what kind of red flags are very relevant that if they are doing this, they should not, which would be an advice to most of the founders here also. Starting from Sanjay.
The first thing I look for is regular communication. I think it's very important as a mentor. I try to share with the founders that good, bad or ugly, your intent is good. As an investor, I'm coming in with my eyes open. I'm a high risk investor looking for high returns. So I understand that There can be business problems which can come. There can be uncertainty. A lot of things can go wrong. When COVID happened, a lot of startups on one side did really well, healthcare oriented, a lot of online, digital, service oriented. There were a lot of startups which were completely physical oriented, and they went through for no fault of theirs. So life can, serve you different sort of deals, right? But never stop communicating with your team, it means your employees and your investors, right? It's always good to be transparent, to be timely, to be clear, good, bad, or ugly. Don't throw a surprise. Don't go back to your investor only when your money is exhausted or more money. A surprise is always a problem, and you have lost their mind share by them. If you have kept them informed on a monthly basis, progress, bad things, challenges, asks. So, to answer your red flag question, Anubhav, I worry when a founder stops communicating, right? That would be my biggest worry. As an investor, I can live with everything. I mean, that's what we are in this business for. But communication, transparency, just being there, I think matters a lot.
Yeah. So to add to that, I think even if they communicate, I think it's doing what they say they'll do, right? So you have a call. They say they're going to do a few things over the next 3 months. Next call you have, they've done completely different things, right? That's obviously a red flag, right? Integrity, essentially, and it can be even the little things. To me, integrity is critical to a startup scaling, right? And so watching for things where they're cutting corners, those sort of issues for sure is another one. And I think I'm continuing my. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else. There was one more.
I think Lutfi and Ranjit covered it very much alive. For us as a fund, quite structured, and we also regulated by SEBI. So we ensure that we get quarterly updates. But as we mentioned, it's very important that is it authentic and is it how true is it to what they're reporting. And for that, what we always practice at Antel is to have 3 leading and lagging metrics we capture every quarter. And these are only numbers, so they don't take too much time for the founder to fill. And you get a sense of are they, digressing, or are they been pivoting, or have the bank money in the bank been reducing, or have their clients been falling off as the success factor been coming down. So we have some metrics for each industry which we measure, and hence we put them in red, green, orange. Depending on that, we kind of spend more time with the founders.
Pretty similar. What?
The last one actually was back to something you said earlier, which is just founder issues. Right? When you start hearing one founder complaining about somebody else or internal issues, that's obviously a huge
relationship not working.
And it's, by the way, it's one of the biggest things that kill a startup. Right?
Yeah. So similar to what Saleshi was saying, we also follow in CI also, like you and Sanjay has been our mentors, putting the startups in these flags, red, green, yellow. Yellow means they should have been someplace, but they are still slow. And green means they are going as per the expectations that we had, that by this time they will angel or go VC. So pretty much similar, and I understand how that tracking works.
Welcome to Founder Talk Show. I'm Major Sunil Shetty. I have with me Himanshu Shekhar, who is the founder of Skyrider Institutions. Himanshu, welcome to the show. Tell me what Skyrider is all about.
First of all, thank you very much, MystartupTv, for giving the opportunity. So, I'm Himanshu, co-founder and CEO of Skyrider Institutions. So, Skyrider is a leading skill development platform. We offer advanced technical trainings as if, automobile, electric vehicle, mechatronics, and we place students into industries. And currently we're working with the companies like Ashok Leyland, TVS, Eicher, Ola Electrics, Okinawa, and many companies to upskill people for them, and we place them eventually. So basically our pedagogy is very simple. We understand the requirement from the companies. And you know already there are a lot of unemployed graduates in India. So we understand the requirement. We customize our courses, make it ready for the students, mobilize students, and finally give to the companies.
So how many students have you placed so far?
Yeah, so 2 months back we crossed the mark of 1,000 placement and engineering placement, all engineer students into the top-notch companies like Ashok Leyland, Bosch, TVS, Eicher, Bajaj. Many companies. Started Technology is a major hirer from Skyrider. So we marked 1,000 placement recently.
So these training that you provide, are these students can undertake these during their engineering degree or it is after the engineering degree?
So we get into 3 segments. One is the students, the blue collar category of jobs. The students who have graduated 10th, ITI diploma and they are not able to get a job. Second category, undergrad student. They are in first year or second year, third year, fourth year. Third category is a major category, that is a graduate students. So and the last one we have just launched it for the professional people. Even they come in the third category. So even we have people who have 20 years of experience after graduation, but they want to switch their job. Example, someone is in piping engineering, but they see the opportunity in electric vehicle. They want to do a course and finally change the job. So we cater to the diverse profile.
And what does it cost for a student to take your course? Ballpark figure.
Yeah, so we are I just want to take the opportunity to say that we are the most affordable in the market if you compare with the competitions. So our the courses for blue collar starts as less as 5,000, goes up to 50,000. If you talk about the undergrad student, the course starts as less as 2,000 to 10,000. But for the graduate, the starts from 20,000 to 1.8 lakhs. So it varies.
Are these courses online, offline, or the hybrid model?
So that's the beautiful part of our model, which makes us very different. We believe unless students do hands-on, it's really difficult for them to learn skills. Of course, due to the COVID, online has been one of the our mainstream education system, but without skill, it's not possible. So our model is hybrid model. We focus on hybrid model. So let's say if I have 100 students, 60% students are of hybrid model. So they do part of the training online and part of the training offline. But there are also 30% students, 20% students who come completely for offline. And we have also online programs for working professionals. Let's say we are catering, many people from Dubai. So they cannot come India leaving their jobs. So what do? We give them online, but the online practicals are very interesting. So we give them case studies. Example, we'll ask them, okay, fine, you have to make a automation system which can pick and drop automatically the raw material fit and the manufacturing time will be reduced. So they will completely design everything in Simulink, MATLAB, using all the softwares. Fine, the project will be, we can show this project to any industry. That's a very beautiful part. But yeah, of course, the hybrid model was one of the, for our USP and students are loving it.
So how's the event for you? How's been the experience of attending the event?
It's wonderful. Meeting with the like-minded people, because we all entrepreneurs are very busy in our life, with the business and everything. So getting this kind of opportunities, first of all, is a mind refreshing. Second, we don't get chance to meet the people of like-mindedness. So everyone is like-minded here. So we share our experience, our difficulties. They can understand their difficulty. So it's wonderful, actually.
In the Australian government's India Economic Strategy, which is the document government uses to choose the states and the sectors on which we work together on. And Telangana was recognised as one at being in the top group because of the potential and also, again, that word complementarity. We are not competing. We have a lovely synergy across what our sectors are. So it's within this back to India's relationship is at an historical high point, as we've just heard. In 2021, India was Australia's 6th largest two-way goods and services trading partner. And now with the signing of we call it ECTA, which is the Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, and as we've also heard, it's actually an FTA, we're expecting two-way trade to grow exponentially in the next few years. The ECTA is in fact an interim FTA. It's the first agreement India has signed with a Western nation in over 10 years and is being heralded really as a win-win for both countries. At a top-line level, the ECTA means that 95% of Indian goods exports by value will enter into Australia duty-free, and 85% of Australia's goods exports by value will enter into India duty-free. It would be remiss of me not to highlight what sits behind the current strength of our relationship, and that is people-to-people relationships and trust. In June 2020, in the midst of COVID, on a virtual call, our two Prime Ministers signed a comprehensive strategic partnership. Comprehensive strategic partnerships are governmental agreements which spell out the intent of the signatories to work together for mutual benefit. And within this context, 8 MOUs were signed across key sectors, and a number of joint initiatives were also agreed to be progressed. These include across critical technology, critical minerals, health, science, and agriculture. So we don't just have the ECTA, we have this depth of agreement formalised to work together in so many other ways. But what I would like to emphasise is there's a plethora of ways that you as entrepreneurs can engage and benefit from the Australia-India relationship. As we go from strength to strength, tech is at the centre and will underpin so much of what we will do. Firstly, the Australia-India Innovation Network. This networking group will help Australian and Indian firms commercialise critical technologies and services, access investment, and encourage the development of deeper supply chains. Austrade is committed to the startup and scale-up ecosystem. The Australia-India Innovation and Technology Challenge will support entrepreneurs and small businesses to scale up around 20 cutting-edge Australian innovations a year. That Australia is in the process of launching a landing pad program for Australian companies in India. This will provide bespoke advice and curated business matching to high-profile Australian scale-ups looking at the Indian market entry through specific boot camps and mentoring. In turn, this provides opportunities for incubators and accelerators such as T-Hub to be involved firsthand in these market access programs. In driving so many initiatives, we recognise that today's India is a technology powerhouse, with a young, highly skilled workforce powering innovation across multiple digital channels. But also, and just as importantly, Australia too is a formidable innovation hub, ranked at number 8 globally, and that's keeping in mind that with only a population of 26 million per capita, we rate extraordinarily well.